Yeah, I haven't got a chance to sign it, but yeah. Yeah, I got a good point.
All right, sports fans, we are live at the New York Metro Tournament of 2026, and we've got round 5 of the Open Championship Division. It is Steve Sachs playing the white checkers at the bottom of your screen versus Josh Findlay at the top. This is the 5th round. This is the money round, I believe, of the Open. So the loser will go into the consolation, the lost ones division. So now Steve is open with a 4-2, and Josh has replied with a 5-3, and Steve rolled a 4-3, and he split to the 21 point. And then he promptly got crushed, semi-crushed by double 4, making the 4 point on his head and hitting on Steve's white's 9 point, and Steve enters with 1 checker. And now Josh is on roll, and he has got a clear advantage. He's got a stronger inner board. He's ahead in the race. He's got 1 back checker partly escaped. And he's, okay, so he could have considered doubling. He decided either that he was not good enough to double because Steve's had so many latent chances to hit or anchor and play from there. And the fact that he's considering switching points to his 1 point is giving me a red flag that he might not be he might have some work to do in order to understand what's really going on here. But he's rejected. Apparently he's rejected. No, he's considering all of these plays. He's considering, switching to the 4 point from the 4 point to the 1 point. The trouble with that is that it's good to put a second checker on the bar, but he's losing his useful 4 point in return for the 1 point, which is not a good block point. Now Steve is in the game forever. He's made his 23 anchor, and now Josh's 1 point is very unhappily placed there behind the anchor. So it can only block entry from the bar, but nothing else. And Steve is going to have a tremendous amount of latent hitting power, long run hitting power. And now Josh is considering putting 3 blots into his outfield. And now he's considering the play that most of us, including myself, would make the bar point, which is a good landing spot for coming home. And he's not leaving a lot of return shots. Only a 5-6 will hit him. Steve, unfortunately, stays on the bar with a 3-1. That improves. All right. I am being summoned probably for a seniors match, and I'm going to go and beg off, but I'll be back in a second now. Now, Josh is doubling this, and Steve, I believe, has an easy take based on his shot equity. And he's considering whether to. He took a picture of it, as he usually does. But I'm going to go away from the table for a while. Yep, he took, and I'm going to come right back with an update as to what I'm doing now. In the meantime, Josh makes his 5 point, but still Steve is well in the game. That shot equity on that 22 anchor. Now, he has to leave another blot. Of course, he won't break it at a point. He'll just keep all his existing points and try to make his 5 point. And Josh has missed, and now Steve has a good chance to make that 5 point and put some pressure on the back checker, or at least have a better inner board if the checker escapes. Now, that's a beautiful roll. He keeps his 8 point. He makes a broken 4 point prime, and now he brings a builder to his 11 point, which is also covering some outfield territory like this. Now, Josh must run. He has to escape that checker sometime, and Steve is only a 5-4 favorite to hit that thing. Just 1 second. Yeah. Yes. Is that why they're calling me? They might be calling me. Can you go tell my brother I want to comment for a while? Because, they think they might be calling me. All right. Okay. Thanks. All right, so I'm here for a while, and apparently, um, okay, so Steve did hit, and then Josh jumped out with a 6-3 to Steve's 9 point into another double shot, but now Steve has not hit. I guess he hit with a something. I don't know how this thing happened, but I think he rolled a 2-1 and he went 23-21 and 11-10, and then Josh hopped out, and now Steve is unfortunate. Unfortunately he cannot hit, but he says I'm going to switch my anchor to the forward anchor, which will have control of Josh's outfield. Now that's a very good roll of Josh's. Rolled a 5-1, and he stays with his blot. He stays out of direct range. Steve needs checkers on both dice combined in order to hit. He's got anything with any 7 hits and 6-3 hits. But Steve decides to get his spare back checker out of danger and run it all the way to the midpoint and put all his eggs in the basket of holding, using Josh's 4-point as a holding point, sitting there waiting for Josh to be forced to break his midpoint and perhaps leave a blot, at which point Steve will hit, and hopefully by then he will have made a 5-point pride by making his bar point, or prove his board by making his 3-point. So now he's just going to slot his bar point, bring another builder down to the 9-point. So he's got a lot of checkers aiming at his bar point, which would give him a 5-point prime. And now, if he wanted to leave a shot, Steve would have 15 possibly winning hitting numbers. Now you notice that last turn, Josh broke his 3-point. The reason he did so was that he wanted to keep builders, spare checkers on his 7, 6, and 5 points. And so now he was not forced to leave a blot with a 6-3. He played 7-1 safely. And now Steve is saying, oh, I'm going to make it. Now I might be getting a shot right away, so I'm going to keep that 5 points in a row intact. We call that the reception committee. And Josh could volunteer a shot, which would win pretty much if Steve did not hit the blot. But he elected to play safe and lose his bar point and leave his lonely midpoint checkers, ones on the outer board. And Steve says, all right, I can't keep my 5 points in a row, but I'll make another point in my inner board. And now Josh Findlay says, all right, I'm going to play safe yet again rather than leave 2 blots outside. It would be very risky, leave a lot of shots, a lot of numbers to be hit, and he's going to not do that. So he says, well, I will keep my 3-point, a blot on my 3-point in case I have to break my 6-point next time, and then I can, at least maybe I can make my 3-point by rolling a 3 or something and play safe. So as he waited, the longer you wait, the more chance you have to get a lucky double like this. And that was the luckiest of lucky doubles. Maybe double 5 was slightly better, but this will do. And Steve says, well, I'm not wasting any pips of gammon saving motion. I moved 7 pips outside the board. I got closer to home. And now, oopsie, look at that. That is a blot number. And he says, all right, I might as well get as many checkers off as I can. The blots in my board will be inconvenient if I'm hit. But other than that, he wants to get as many checkers off as he can, hoping for that lucky double game. And also, by keeping a spare checker on his 5-point, he had more safe numbers. Like 2 big numbers would have been safe no matter what if Steve had missed. Now, Steve could just win the game. He's just going to win the game after hitting. With only 2 checkers off, it's likely he'll just be closed out, and he might even have more checkers hit if Steve dumps a blot on his 1 point later. And so Josh just gives up. And now Steve has gone ahead in the 11-point match 2-0. And that is nice for him, because he properly took that double. And it looked like Josh was going to get away with switching from the 4 to the 1 point early in the game, but he didn't. So Steve is ahead in the match. Some people say when you're ahead of the match, you should be more conservative about opening moves like this, but Steve is quite confident he can handle the intricacies of a complicated position. Like he knows how to handle things now that he's been hit. So he's going to hit back on the 5 point. And Josh is a slight favorite to hit on Steve's 5 point, but if he doesn't hit, like there's the 6-2, the dreaded 2-6 from the bar, as Ray Fogelud says, he can't hit, and he has 3 bad 6s. That is a bad 6 because it leaves an innerboard blot and gives a 4 to hit as well as a 1 over there. He could have instead, it's worked out somewhat because now Steve has to decide whether he's going to hit on Josh's 5 point and then make his 11 with a 2, or whether he's going to just make his 5 point and then give Josh a free shot to just make his 5 point and counter. So I am guessing that Steve is going to hit and make his 11 point. Would not be bad to make the 11 point and the 5 point either. So he knows he's going to play the 2, and he says, all right, I want the stronger inner board, and maybe Josh will not make the 5 point. Well, there's a 5-2, and he did. Sure enough, he doesn't make the 5 point. He was a 2-1 favorite, and this is a kicker number where he can safety his lot and make another point on his board. And he correctly makes his 3 point, and now Steve has got an advantage, but it's nowhere near a doubling advantage yet. Steve has got some choices with this 6-2. He wants to keep pressure on the back checkers of Josh. Josh Finley's playing the brown checkers or gray checkers, whatever. You can call them white and black if we want. And he says, all right, I'm going to keep my third back checker where it is so he can point on me with the double 2 if he gets lucky. He could have run all the way to the midpoint, but he elected to keep the back checker on the 4 point where it was controlling some outfield territory. And also he's threatening to cover it and make a good, solid obstacle for Josh to get around. So Josh he makes the 4 point on Steve's head, and then he moves a blot to the 11, and then he advances a back checker. Now, I would have been more inclined to make the 11 point for more ammunition aiming at my inner board, more ways to make points and fewer blots to worry about. Now he's rolled a double 5, and he has to decide what to do. Now, the simplest alternative is just to move the checker he just entered on Josh's 5 point all the way around to his own 5. And he says, well, there's nothing really attractive about anything else, so I might as well bring it to safety and hope that Josh cannot improve his position. Josh rolls a very nice 6-1, and he makes his 5 point. He's got a nice advantage, but Steve is on roll. He's hoping for a good number. 6-1 is good. I suppose he's going to make his own bar point and leave a few outside shots. So 5-4 and 6-3 and any one hit. Any a non-hitting 3 or 3-4, 3-5 hit on the 3 or 4 to 3-5 make the 4 point of Steve. So, and from there, he's got a nice position. He can work on locking in Steve's back checkers. And Steve says, no, thank you. I don't want to be gammoned. Even if I don't get hit now, I'm going to have some trouble with my back checkers. I'd have to hope for a double 6 later. So he just gives up, and now it is 2 points for Steve and 1 point for Josh Findlay. Match 2-11, and we say Steve is at 9 points away, 9 away, and Josh is at 10 away. Steve opens with a 4-3, and he brings 2 builders down to his own outfield. Now, Josh has got a fair number of ways to hit one of those builder blots, we call them. They're both blots and they're builders. If they're not hit, they can be used to make new points. So Josh is considering how to play this 5-2 response. Now, players like Steve, who's one of the greatest players around, absolutely top player, know that Extreme Gammon really likes to play the 2 by splitting to maybe frustrate or divert the white checkers' attention from making a prime. And so he didn't split. Now, if Steve had rolled that 5-4 that he rolled and made his 5 point as he did, then he would have been a lot less happy about his position because Josh would have had a checker on the 22 point where he could have anchored there or some good ways to run. But as it is, Josh thought, okay, I don't have a 5-1 is so crummy. I just bring my outside blot into my board and split my back checkers to get them moving. Steve attacked both back checkers, hitting them both with 4-1, and Scott entered without hitting, and then Steve hit and covered, and now a crummy 4-2-6, not totally crummy, but better than staying on the bar, but he enters with a 2, and he has nothing better than to move the back checker out. And Steve decides not to double, and he said, well, my development isn't maybe sufficient. And so he hits with a 4 outside, and he brings the checker down to the 8 point for a builder / attacker. And this is a nice roll for Josh Findlay, is hit Steve back. He had 10 numbers to hit something back, but he rolled one of those 10 numbers. So now it's a 5-1, and Steve has to decide how to play. He could make sort of a wimpy play. He could put a checker on his own 24 point, so to put 3 checkers there, and then he could play safely. He could move his outside blot down to safety on his 8 point. The trouble with that is that he wants to get his back checkers moving, so he doesn't want 3 of them on the least advanced point. So he entered. I would have done the same thing. He entered on the 5 point, and then he diversified his builder attackers. But Josh has rolled an absolute joker, wonderful number, pointing on his 5 point and making his 3 point as well. And now Steve has entered with a 5-4, and now Josh should be considering the doubling this one because Steve has 3 checkers back, and Scott has only 1. I would have doubled. Maybe Steve would have taken it, but that's okay. And this is good. He leaves 8s to get hit, minus double 4 and double 2, and a 12 and an 11, which is a 6-5 roll, and a double 6 hits. Double 6 would be a great roll. But other than that, there's a 5-3, and he says, I'm going to hit you and hope you do not hit me back. Hope you stay on the bar even, which is 1/4 of the total throws stay on the bar. But he says, no, I'm not going to stay on the bar. I'm going to enter, and I'm going to decide whether to hit outside or whether to make my 4 point. And he said, but the trouble with making the 4 point is he might get attacked. It still might be right, but he elects to hit and advance the last back checker to try to get out. And Steve has rolled a double 1, which is another beautiful number. He enters and he makes the 4 point on Josh Findlay's head. Double 2 would have done the same. Double 4 would have done the same. Double 1 did. No other number did that thing. And then notice that the numbers to enter, 4s, 2s, and 1s, and the numbers to hit in the inner board were also 4s, 2s, and 1s. So there are only 9 numbers that hit at all. Take the square of the number of duplicated numbers, whatever. But now Josh has come in, and he pushes his outfield blot, and Steve is going to attack if he can, but he can't. He cannot. He's going to say, all right, I'm going to get my back checker moving. Maybe you will attack me, but maybe you will not be able to without leaving something open. And Josh says, I might double you anyway. Let me think. Now, the winner of this match is guaranteed 5th through 8th place, I think, in the Open. And the winner of this match, if they win 3 matches after that, they win the entire tournament. Both of these players are undefeated so far. I made it to round 6 myself, but I lost. That's why I'm talking now. I'll endeavor not to whine about my bad luck or anything like that. So Josh has got good 6s, 4s, and 2s. So if he gets any combination of 6s, 4s, and 2s, which is 9 numbers, plus double 1s is another, that would make a 10th number. He's got 10 really great numbers that point on the 4 point. Other good numbers are 6-3, where he comes out of Steve's board and makes the 10 point. You could also roll a 4-3, which is pretty good because he could come out partway, he could leave a direct 1 shot, he could hop out with the back checker, and then he could make the 10 point, and he'd only have 1 blot, and then Steve could only hit it with a 1. Those are good numbers too. Or he could roll a 6-1 and he could hit on the 4 point and bounce to safety on the 3 point. Or he could roll a 2-1 and he could hit on the 4 point and bounce to safety on the 3 point. So he is now doubling, and it's up to Steve to decide whether he wants to risk all the bad variations in return for having a chance in the less bad or the good variations. Even if Josh rolls something like 4-1, it's not the worst thing. He can make his 9 point, make another outfield point, and then dare Steve to attack him, which Steve would gladly do if he could, with anything with a 5 or 1. But Steve says, all right, I think I've got enough to take the cube, so I'll take it. And he already took a picture of it. And there is a joker and a half, double 4s. He pounds on the 4 point, and he makes the 2 point as well. So Steve cannot enter unless he rolls a 1 right now. And then the other number wouldn't be so great. 1-6, he would hop out, but then he would probably just get hit back. And there's a 6-4 for Josh, and Josh is now hopped out of Steve's board, and he has to decide whether to keep that same checker going and bring in a third checker within direct range of his open bar point. Because if he can make his bar point soon, and if Steve then enters soon, then Steve may be forced to break his forward position. He won't be able to move a back checker at all. And now this time he's just going to add more attackers, which equates to more numbers that make his own bar point. And so he's thinking, how shall I leave blots out there, or shall I cross 2 quadrants, make my 10 point and my 5? I would have inclined to do the first thing, because then I would have had 4 separate numbers that aim at that open bar point. Steve stays on the bar, and there is a 3-1 for Josh. Now Josh could move both checkers off of his 12 point. He moved one from his 13 point, that brown colored point out there. Now Steve has entered. He's in with a 1, and he comes in with a 4. He keeps his inner board points that he already has made. And there is a 4-2 for. Now that would have been a point making number the other way. if he had played the 3-1, like I suggested, moved 2 off the 12 point, he would have had 4 builders aiming at his, 4 separate numbers aiming at his bar point. What Steve is hoping for is he hopes he can keep his board intact and run away with a 6. Because that third checker on Josh's 1 point is doing him no earthly good at all. Now, for the readers out there, I don't have an Extreme Gammon feed, and so I'm just talking extemporaneous. I'm just saying what I think about these moves without having a chance to look and see what the computer thinks, because I don't have XG Mobile on my phone and la la la, so I don't have the capability to do it. But now Steve unfortunately does not roll a 6, and he has to break his inner board with a 5-3. So he moved both checkers off of his 6 point. And now Josh Findlay has moved 2 checkers in from his 12 point to his 4 point. Steve, if he had rolled a 5, Steve Sachs did not have to play a 5. That's why he moved both checkers off of his 6 point. So he didn't have to play a 5 if he rolled a 5. And now he says, oops, I don't have to play a 5, but I do have to play a 3. And he stacks it on his 1 point, and he keeps 3 points made in his board. Josh he doesn't have the 5 to play legally, so he just has a 4. He can bear it off and leave no blots, which is what he does, obviously. And Steve is hoping for a 4 or a beautiful 6. But he makes his 3 point with a 1, and he keeps his other point, so he has 4 points made in his board. Now, Josh again finds a safe roll. He can play a 4 off and go 3-2 safely. Steve again hopes for any 6 or 4, except 4-1 to force him to break his board up. There's a 4-3, so he'll just run away. Now he's going to keep that 4 point board, hoping that he hits a blot, and the 4 point board can keep Josh on the bar. But Josh has rolled a beautiful double 4. He clears his 6 point and his 4 point, and he bears off 2 checkers. And he has no blot numbers next turn except double 2s. And he keeps his board, and that is a double 1. So he clears his 3 point. That's a safety factor. But now Steve will move a back checker and leave the other back checker where it is. He'll move it all the way up. Now, if Josh Findlay rolls any 1 except double 1, he will have to leave a blot. How many checkers does he have left there? Looks like he has 7 checkers on his 2 point. So again, Steve will leave a checker where it sits on Josh's 1 point, because it's very unlikely he will lose a triple game. And Steve says, do I slot the 6 point? No, I'm going to get out of Josh's board, and I'm going to keep some outfield control. Now there's the dreaded 1 shot. So he has no other 1 but 2-1 hitting, giving Steve a 1 to hit back with. Now a 1 he will still be an underdog if he hits with a 1. And he doesn't. He rolls a 6-4. The 6 comes in, and the 4 is not critical. He can cross. He decides he'll cross to his own 10 point. He has to cross quadrants, because a quadrant consists of 6 points, and so each of those 6 points corresponds to a number on the dice. So now Steve's going to cross 2 quadrants, and now he can save the gammon on the very next turn if he rolls double 5s or double 6s. Especially now he's going to have some extra chances, because now Josh has not borne 2 checkers off or 4 checkers off. He's missed, so he probably will get off within 2 rolls. And there is a 6-2. Unfortunately, Steve has to say to himself, all right, I'm going to have to maximize the number of ways I have to get off next turn. So he doesn't have any. So that's illegal. He played a 6-3, and Josh is pointing it out. So it's a 6-2. So he does 6-3 would give a 6-3 would be equivalent. So he plays a 2, and now he can get off with a double 3, 4, double 5, or double 6. If Josh does not take all his checkers off with a double, So hoping for that double threes, double fours, double fives, double sixes will save the gammon. He'll only lose 2 points instead of 4 this game. And he rolls a 6-4, so he loses 4. And Josh Findlay takes the lead 5-2 in the 11-point match. So he would be close to a 2-1 favorite if they were equal strength players. From what I've seen so far, Steve has an advantage in skill. He's a top grandmaster. He's in the U.S. Backgammon Hall of Fame or the American Backgammon Hall of Fame. So I don't know much about Josh Findlay, where he's from or anything like that. Maybe the chat people can enlighten us. This is being streamed on YouTube, and the watchers can live chat on the YouTube feed. You look for the USBGF channel, US Backgammon Federation channel. Now, that was a 5-4 opening split by Josh. Steve replied with a 6-1, making the bar point. And 4-1 for Josh. He made his 20 anchor and he slotted his 5-point. Steve hit that blot that he left on his 5-point with a 4-1, moving both back checkers. After hitting with a 4, there was only one that didn't break a point. And now Josh says, all right, you're going to hit me on the 5-point. I'm going to hit you back on the 5-point. Steve is a favorite to hit back, but if he doesn't hit back, then Josh will be favored in turn to make that point. And Steve does hit back with a 4-1. It was any 5, a whole bunch of 3s, and a 4-1 would have hit back. Even a double 1. Now here's another 4-3, and the strategy in general for positions like this is in the opening, you want to fight for both of the 5 points. And Josh is fighting for his own 5-point, and Steve keeps hitting him back when Josh hits loose. In a position like this, if you have more checkers back, the more checkers back you have compared to your opponent, the less you have to lose by having more back checkers, more checkers back in your opponent's board, because you're already behind in the race. More checkers back might actually help your defense by giving you a chance for a double anchor, 2 points made in your opponent's inner board, where you can lurk and hope to hit later. So if you're behind in the race, you're going to win by hitting your opponent at some point. If you just hope to race and ignore the possibility of hitting, then you're going to probably just lose the race. And here is Steve Sachs. He can hit outside, and Josh Findlay can only hit back with something at a 6. If he doesn't hit back with a 6, he can roll. There's a 2-6 from the bar, and I am guessing he's just going to hit because, yes, he leaves 5 blots, but Josh is on the bar. Now, if he rolls something like double 2, double 4, double 3, he's going to be really happy. But that's a 4-6 that Steve rolled instead of a nasty double that attacks everything. But so Steve is playing white and Josh is playing black or brown, whatever you want to call it. I'll say white and black. And now Josh has rolled a 4-6 and he is now re-anchored on Steve's 5-point. And for a 6, he can play 14-8 like he just tried. I'll leave more blots. He says, no, I'm going to play safe. Maybe I can roll a 2 and make that other point over there. Or maybe I can use the forward checker to get out. And Steve says, all right, I'm going to bring my back checker to safety on your bar point. Nothing else looks very good. And Steve says, maybe if I roll a 2, I will make a double anchor. But I didn't. I'm going to roll a double 4. So either I'm going to come all the way and make my 5-point, or I'm going to make my 9-point and my 4-point and unstack my 8-point and put more pressure on the back checkers. This is what I would have done myself, for whatever that is worth. Steve says, all right, I've got a lousy 6-4. I'll hit that back checker. Hopefully it will enter. It will not hit me back, and he will enter forward, and I can have room to dump blots behind the anchor and the other blot. And Josh says, I will move the rearmost blot out. He could have left the blot back on Steve's 3-point, hoping to controlled territory. In other words, now if you were back on the 3-point, if Steve landed on the 3-point, he would have put Josh on the bar, and then the checker on the bar might have been able to wreak mayhem. But now Steve was able to dump behind all of the back checkers. Steve in Steve's on board. Steve dumped behind, and now it's just a mutual holding game. And Steve says, "All right, I will run away with my back checker, and if you hit me, you have those 3 blots on your own board to worry about. I might just hit them back." And Steve says, "Well, what I will do is I will make the 4-point, and maybe I can cover those 3 blots down there later, and then I can have a really strong board." And Josh says, "All right, I can't hit anything because the only way I could do that is I can move, is if I were allowed to move backwards, and I'm not." But Josh says, "Aha, he does have 3 blots there, and because he has 3 blots there, I'm going to make my board. I'm going to take this opportunity to break my 8-point, make my 5-point. My 5-point is a juicy, it makes my board more dangerous." Steve says, "All right, I'm not going to hit you because then I'd have to leave multiple blots everywhere. I'm going to make 2 points in my inner board at once. And then if I hit you, you might have to fear not coming in." Only 20 numbers out of 36 enter onto a 4-point board with 1 checker. But Josh has got a 5-3. It's very nice. It covers 2 of the blots at once. One of them links up with the other, 16-8. And now Steve says, "Well, 5-3. I can't break my 8-point. I can break my 6-point, but then I'll have a hard time moving later. Instead, I will try to race home by breaking my 18-point. Yes, my opponent can hit me with 16 numbers out of 36. Here, my opponent can then hit me only with 15 numbers out of 36, and I keep the defensive anchor. But that defensive anchor may sit there for the longest time." So he says, I'm ahead in the race. I think he's ahead in the race. And he's going to run. But now Steve, continuing his streak of good rolls, does hit that thing. He's only a slight underdog, 4 out of 9 chances or 60 out of 36. So he hits with a 3-2, excellent roll. And Steve is hoping to enter on that's not too bad an entry number. He enters on the 24. He goes 13-8 safely. And Josh is hoping that he just makes his own bar point. He's got 4 builders to do it with, and he's hoping he rolls a 3-2 or the like. Now he has got a choice. He can play completely safely. He can just lift a blot, 11-8, 10-4, no blots at all. Or he can make his 3-point. This is what I would do. Make his 3-point, because if he makes his 3-point, then Steve would have 6-2, 6-3, or 6-4 to hit. But even if he rolled one of those 6 numbers, then even if Steve hit that, then Josh would have a direct 1 shot back, which happens about 1/3 of the time, a little less than 1/3, 11 out of 36. And Steve says, "All right, I'm going to move a checker to my 6-point, and instead of keeping it going to the 3-point, I'm going to switch from my 4 to my 1, and that way I'll have an easier time making a 5-point board next time." But now Josh has, in spite of leaving only 2 builders to make his bar point, he's rolled a joker double 1. And now Steve says, "All right, I hope to roll a 2-6 and pop out." But there's a 5-2, and he says, "Shall I come up to the edge and hope to get out?" Says, "If I don't do it now, I might not ever be able to do it, but if I do it, I might get attacked, and then I might have trouble." But he says, "I really don't have any." Now, he elected to leave an extra blot outside the board, which is very risky. He could have played safe 6-1, but that's kind of ugly looking, and maybe he wanted to intimidate. He probably just was planning to pass the cube anyway. He wanted to intimidate Josh by making a stronger looking forward position. But now Steve has correctly, I believe, ceded the point. He didn't want to be attacked and then have his second checker hit and then be closed out and lose a gammon for 4 points instead of 1. He gives up 1 point. And if he had, even if he lost a mere 2 points, he would have given Josh the milestone score of 4 points away, where a doubled gammon would win the match outright, or a 4-point win with a 4 would, or a 2-point win would get him to 2 away. So Steve says, all right, I'm still not going to play too aggressively. He could have slotted his 5-point with a 1. He could have gone down, builder to the 9, and then 6 to 5, hoping that he would be missed and he could make the point. I like to play very aggressively when I'm behind in the match, especially if my opponent is at a score like 5 away or 3 away from winning. But this game can still end up being complicated, but Scott is being aggressive. He didn't have to hit that checker. He could have played completely safely, 16 to 13. Instead, he hit and gave Steve a lot of return shots. 20-some return shots is what I think now. I don't think he's going to be hitting. He should not be hitting this because he's leaving return shots galore, 6s and 3s off the bar, 4s and 2s to hit either on the 14-point or on the 4-point. And if Steve rolls something like a 4-2, he'll hit on the 11-point. Now he's rolled a 4-6, and he's going to hit on Josh's bar point. Instead of playing a nice, simple running game where he was ahead of the race, now it's a complicated mutual holding game. Now he's not going to play 8 to 7 and break his valuable 8-point and leave lots of blots. He'll just lift his outside blot. But now it's a very close race now. And Steve says, all right, I'm going to slot my bar point. Maybe I will be missed. If Josh can hit it, he will hit it. There he goes, 4-2. 3/4 of his numbers hit, by the way. Exactly 3/4. But yet he rolled one of them, 4-2. And there's a 4-1 for Steve. And Steve has got a choice here. He can hit. Usually you want to hit and just keep your opponent. Put them on the bar where they can't. They need both numbers on their dice to do something good, like make a point. And Steve has been rewarded somewhat because Josh has missed the return shot. He didn't roll a 3 to hit. He rolled a 4-6 and he came in and out. And there's a 6-2 for Steve. And he will just make the bar point. It's a valuable blocking point. And there's no other good 2 except to bring a blot to. It's out 11, where it may not be hit. And as it is not, Josh has rolled a 5-4. And he reinforces the 8-point of the builder, and he brings his blot around the corner. Steve can only hit it with a 7, which he does not do. And the 6-1 hitting number is duplicated to make Steve's 5-point. Good in 2 places. So Steve rolled a 3-1 instead and has made his 10-point to block the anchor on his own 4, to block Josh Findley's anchor. Now Josh has hit the blot with a 1 that Steve left by making his 10-point. He had to break his midpoint to make his 10-point. So now instead of hitting, he says, why don't I make a bar point? A bar point is good. If I hit, I'm going to have to decide what to do with one of my blots out there. This way, I don't have to leave any blots, and I'll have a good point by default. But what I would do is I would just keep that blot moving to the 8-point, just like that. And now Steve can hit back only with a 6 and a 5, which comes out only one time out of 18. Out of the 36 possible rolls, only 2 of them, a 1-6 or a 6-1, would have hit that thing. But he entered low Steve entered low in Josh's board, and he brought his spare checker on Josh's 4-point out to the outfield. The only other choices would have been to dump a checker behind Josh's anchor, which he does not want to do. Right? He says, "Shall I keep my checker going, or shall I go 6-5 and be really complex big game? And so, but no, and he's glad he didn't, because now if Steve had rolled a 5 at that point, he would have hit. Here he's going to enter with a 3 instead of a 5, and he's Josh is, and he's just going to go 13-8, play safely. So he's got both sides have 3 checkers back. They both have an anchor on the other's 4 point, but Steve has got a better outfield containment structure. And that was a 4-1, so he played it safely 13-8, and now he has a builder on his 8 point that could be used to make his 5 point, or to attack something later without having to break his 8 point. Scott rolled a 5-1. He brought his spectator out to the outfield. He wants to control outfield territory. He sees that if Steve elects to hit that thing with a 1, he has to break his blocking 10 point. So with most ones, he would not have hit. With double 1 would have been a beautiful way to hit and make his 5 point, but he did not do it. So now here's a nice 3-1. Very nice roll for Josh. Now he makes his 5 point. Suddenly, Josh has a 3-point board, and he has 3 points in front of Steve Sachs's anchor. Oh, Steve says, "All right, I don't have anything better than to just move my spare back checker. I can't play behind without having to break a point." And Josh Findlay says, "Hardy har, I've hit you with a double 1. And I can advance my back checkers to where they see more daylight. 6s and 4s now get out of Steve's, out from behind Steve's blockade." And Steve says, "All right, well, I'm going to have to keep my back checker moving again. My spare back checker will go out. I hope it won't be hit with a 5-1 or a 5-5 or any other 5 or 1. Now, they're playing in this tournament, they're playing that if a die lands on top of a checker, it doesn't count as a valid roll. So Scott says, "All right, I will hit and lift my block." He could have left it slotted, hoping to make the bar point. That's what I would have done personally. I would have lifted, and now he sort of wishes he had, because Steve has stayed on the bar. Now he says, "All right, do I have enough to double?" And when you're thinking about doubling a position like this, you first have to know how far you ahead or behind you are in the race. And before his roll, he had 135 pips, and Steve had more than that. He's up in the 140s. And Steve stayed on the bar, and Scott moved a checker to his 12 point, and now Steve stayed on the bar again, and now Scott says, "This is the perfect opportunity for me to escape from Steve's board, especially while he has a blot on his own 2 point, because even if he hits with an ideal number like double 2s or something like that, or 4-5 is another one. That's one of Steve's best numbers. He hits, and he doesn't have to break his anchor. But there are a lot of 2s and 3s that hit for Josh that hit back. Josh is considering a double based on the chance to hit something, followed by plus the better at your board, plus the chance to quickly escape. Any 2 hits, 2-3 hits both. 5-3, 3-3, 4-3, and 1-3 hit outside, and double 1s hits also on Steve Sachs's 2 point. Steve is playing the white checkers at the bottom, his underboards at the bottom, and there is a nice 6-2. He's going to come in with a 2, and he's going to escape his other back checker out to the outfield. He's got to escape it sometime. Why not do it while his opponent is on the bar against the 3-point board? 1/4 of those numbers that Steve could roll right now, fan, just like that one. And now this is a real decision about the doubling cube. And Steve says, "All right, I've got 5s and 3s to hit. And I've got, a few extra numbers that might do something else good." There aren't very many of those extra numbers. 4-1, or something. 1-6 comes out. And so this is a very difficult decision for Steve because there is real gammon danger for Steve. If he gets his second blot on the blot hit, Josh will have considerable work to do to win a gammon, but he'll have considerable work to do, less considerable work to just to win the game. All he has to do is escape his back checker and come home safely and win the race. That's not at all. It's very much in the realm of possibility. And if Steve stays on the bar again, or if he enters one checker low in Josh's board, that the checker low in the board might just be attacked. He's thinking, well, if I get hit again, and I enter low and then end up with a double anchor and a viable backing, where you have two anchors in your opponent's board, you're waiting for them to come home and start leaving blots and then hit. So Steve says, no, I don't want to be gammon. He's 5 away. Even though I give him 4 away, I don't want to risk that. He's the amount of skill in such a position for Josh, the less experienced player, I assume, is limited. I mean, most of his numbers just hit. He knows enough to hit. He knows enough to make the 2-point if he can. He knows enough to try to escape Steve's board. Those are the main goals, and he's going to be looking at doing all those things. And Steve is not going to have too much chance to bring his superior skill into play because he's going to be on the bar. You can't deviously plot strategy while you're on the bar. Now, Steve opens with a 5-3, and Josh replies to the 2-1. Instead of slotting his 5-point, he just splits his back checkers, conservatively not wishing to be hit, while Steve has a stronger inner board. Steve rolls a 5-1. He plays safe, boots a builder to his 8, splits his back checkers. Josh replies by making his 4-point with 4-2. Steve has a bunch of 9s and 10s to hit. He's got a bunch of other numbers to make an anchor on Josh's 3-point or 5-point or bar point. And double 3s is very nice for Steve. He can, yes, it's a complicated decision because he likes to make the 5-point. It's a nice 5-point he's got. He could have made his bar point, but he's electing to make his 5-point and advance his back checker to hopefully to get some contact going and put pressure on the blot that Josh has on his own 11-point. Now, Josh, speaking of blot on the 11-point, he really looks like he's got 2 choices that I can see. One of them is just to take his blot on the 11-point and go to the 4-point safely and give Steve the full roll. But instead of that, he's thinking maybe I should hit twice, but put 2 checkers on the bar and make it hard for Steve to plot devious strategy, like how to attack the back checkers. Got to bring his back checkers in before he can do anything. But he says, "Oh, is that too risky? Breaking my 8-point in order to hit?" No, I would hit those 2 checkers because I don't want Steve pounding away. But a good argument for playing safe 11-4, just putting the blot outside on the 3rd checker on the 4-point, is that okay? You're not leaving multiple blots everywhere against a stronger inner board. But now Steve says, all right, well, I've got good 5s and 4s and 3s, and even 2-1 is good. Double 2s is great. Double 6s is really good. I mean, there's a lot of good numbers out there, but Steve says, maybe I'm not quite there, not quite to a double yet. He says, well, maybe this is a good start. So he's thinking about whether to make the 1-point, putting Josh on the bar against a 4-point board. And he says, all right, if I don't, then I make make Josh's 5-point, then my 5 would be not so great. And Josh stays on the bar. And now I believe Steve is going to turn that cube and see what Josh wants to do, make it Josh's problem. And if Josh passes the cube, then Steve will have 3 points. That means he will be 8 away from winning the match. 8 points can be gotten in one game by a doubled 4-cube gammon, or in 2 games with 4 now and 4 later, or even 6 now and 2 later, or 2, 4, and 2. So it's not a free, he doesn't like to. Josh doesn't like to pass that one, but I think maybe he had to because the gammon threat was too strong for Steve. Now it is 7-3 in the 11-point match in favor of Josh Findlay, who's playing the dark checkers, and he's playing at the top. His innerboard's at the top right of our screen. He's opened with a 6-2. He's brought his back checker out to Steve's bar point, and Steve rolls one of his worst replies. 4-3 is arguably worse. Maybe it's about the same as 3-2. With both of those numbers, the robot Extreme Gammon says you should split the back checker and then bring a builder to your outfield. And by doing so there, Steve duplicated a 4 to hit in his own outfield and a 4 to hit on Josh Findlay's 4-point. Now, 5-3 is not much good. It wasn't a 4 or a 2 or a 6. Any of those would have been welcome to hit something or to make a point. But so all Josh could do was safety both of his blots, go to the midpoint and then lift to his own 8-point. And Steve was able to he rolled a 3-2 to make the anchor in Josh's board and to make his own 11-point. Josh replied with a nice double 2, which he elected to make the 9-point, blocking Steve's back checkers somewhat. Steve rolls a good 6-4 to block Josh's lone back checker. He's hoping to keep it trapped long enough that he can start blocking it better or even attacking it. Now, Josh quickly sees that he doesn't have any attractive alternative on his side of the board. He might as well just try to escape his back checker. Steve can hit it with any 3 or a 1. That's a 1. Or a 6-5 from distant Siberia in Steve's board. And Steve says, all right, I have to hit. I'm not going to slot on my board. I'm ahead in the race now, or close to it maybe. And Josh says, I'm probably going to have to come up to Steve's 3-point and at least see daylight with a direct route out of the board with a 6. Steve says, I really hope I can do something like roll double 5s, which he goes, I'm going to crunch. There's a double 5 crunch and a double, and with the other 5, he unstacks his very heavy 6-point and makes a 1-point 3-point board. Now with Josh comes back with a stellar response. There were 5 rolls out of 36 that hit. 5-3 was one of them. The others were 6-2, which comes up 2 ways, and 4-4, which comes up 1. Steve did not roll one of those 9 hitting numbers back, but he rolled a 5-6 and he ran out of the board. And now Josh is happy to have he's now entered a holding racing game. I got 128 pips for Josh and 117 for Steve. But the trouble with Steve's position is he'll have a hard time bringing his back checkers home, because as soon as he leaves with one back checker, he will the other will come in for attacking possibilities by Josh. Now there's a double 4. Now he should be counting the race, and 114 for him and 111 for Steve. But now Steve has gone down to 101, so he's ahead in the race, right? Now Steve could have elected to just flee from Josh's bar point, 4-point, but the race, he assessed that he wasn't that far ahead of the race. And Josh says, all right, I'll start my 3-point. And Steve says, no, now that I have a 5-point board, and now that you've only rolled 6 pips, maybe if I roll 6, I should go. But 95 pips for White. 102 for Josh. After the roll, do we have 102? We have 50 and 43. No, we had 102, and now it'll make 93. 93 pips now, and 92 for Steve Sachs. Shall he exit with a 6? He says, well, maybe I will and maybe I won't. Now he could exit with the 6 and the 3, hoping that if Josh rolls one of his hitting numbers, out of his 20 hitting numbers, if he brings both back checkers out, let's say that he hits with a 1-6 or the like, right? So then he will have to play the 6, 9 to 3 and hit with the other, and leaves 2 blots and almost a whole direct shot's worth of returns. Direct shot, a simple direct shot is 11 numbers. But if he rolled 1-6 and he hit on his own bar point after Steve exited both back checkers, then Steve would have 6 7s and 2 6 and 4 4 and 3, so there'll be 9 return shots, 1/4 of the total. And the same would be true for 6-2. He would have, in that case, he would have 8 return shots. 1-5, he would have 6 return shots. 2-5, he would have 9 return shots. So a hit would not be free. Not all the hitting numbers are just unequivocally good for Josh. So again, we count 53 and 33, 96 after the rolls. At 96, really? 15 and 18 is 33 and 44, 77 and 9. It would be 86, and that would be 43 to 44 is 87, 93. Up 7 pips after the roll. I would be tempted to bring both checkers out only because the race is kind of favorable, and yeah, he's done it. He's done what I've been talking about, and there is a nice 3-2. Now the 3-2 leaves the 3-2. He must hit, but Steve has got 6 return shots now. Here is Jed.
Second round Masters match was not recorded between you and Tobias.
Yep.
Did you guys play that?
Yeah. Tobias won. Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, that was on stream and everything. Yeah, sorry. Jeb Horton, one of the director staff, he directs the tournament in Charlotte, North Carolina. He asked me if I had played a Masters match. And unfortunately, I had to be honest with him and say I played the great German player Tobias Hellwag. Tobias said to me, "Setz Aidli Dom on the Kopf," and now Steve has been hit and he's entered low in Josh's board, but he's made his I think it was a double 1, and he played up to the 23 point and made his 5 point 7-5. So Steve doesn't have a closed board, and he says, "Shall I take it?" Now he can touch the cue ball he wants, but if you are doubling and if you're on roll and you touch the cube and you have access to touch it, the rules say that you must double. That is a double, a forced double, but it doesn't hold true for the taker, because the taker has to handle the cube to pass it, like to put it on the side or whatever, and that he's handling it and taking it by. And now he's got a 3-number shot, 4 numbers, 6-1 and 4-3 missed, and 4-2. Josh has got he can say, I'll leave him 1-6 where I might get gammoned and make beautiful 5 points in a row. Steve hopes against hope for the 1-6 from the bar. Then the pole true and rolled a 1-6 from the bar. He rolled a 1. A 1 went into the fray, and of course the peanut gallery behind me is saying, ooh, it went into the fray, and it was almost a 1-6. Another almost 1-6. In other words, not a 1-6. It's only 2 kinds, 1-6 and not 1-6. And Steve says, all right, I'm going to come into my 6 point safely and waste no gammon saving pips. So now this is an excellent roll for Josh Findlay. with a 4-2, so he makes a 6-point prime, and he I don't know what he's thinking about. He must hit that thing because that's the best way to close his board. And if Steve hits for the 1, he still cannot escape the back checker, and he might be forced then to break his inner board and leave blots later, and then which Josh then might hit, and then he might close more than 1 checker out and win a gammon. But Steve is happy enough just to stay safe, and instead of moving 2 checkers in and not making the 1 point, which he's allowed to do, Josh Findlay says, well, I'm going to get almost certainly 2 points, and I'll be up 9-3, and I've got an outside chance at getting 2 more points with a gammon. So he should just play safely. Just stack that checker with the 4 point. Now, if he rolls like big doubles, let's say, he's completely safe next turn. And even this one, the only blot number is 6-5, and that only is in play if Steve does not roll a 6 right now. And he does roll a 6, and he's going to decide, okay, he's going to come to the 16 point where his middle level doubles play better than if he had gone to the 6 point. You don't usually want to be on the point in a quadrant of the board right next to the next quadrant. Now Steve says, I'm going to move to the 11 point. Notice that one of the checkers outside is 5 away from the board, the other is 10 away. So double 5s move 15 checkers, 15 pips, and then the 4th 5 bears off. 2-1 is very nice for somebody. Nope. And Steve is a massive underdog to win the game. He says, all right, I'll get 1 checker off with double 2s or better. And with every other number except 2-1, I am guaranteed to be off the gammon. 2-1, he would have a very slight possibility. The right play is this. 10-5, he can get 3 checkers off with double 5s or double 4s or double 6s. Ooh, 2-1, the worst number. Is there a chance in hell for Steve? Not even in hell is there a chance. Not even in hell is there a chance. Hell hath no fury like Josh Findlay scorned. And now this is Jed. He would have to get 14 checkers off of the 3 rolls. Can't be done. Now Josh is ahead 9-3, but don't count Steve Sachs out. Steve has come from behind in worse situations than 8 away to 2 away. Maybe even against me. I don't remember, but I have failed to come from behind against him. But here we are, Steve Sachs, the great Steve Sachs versus Josh Findlay. I've seen the man around, but I don't know him or know much about him or his history in the game. So maybe somebody can enlighten us. So Josh opens with a 6-3, the split to the bar point, and Steve says, well, I'm going to cut the communication between the back checkers. Now the 1 checker is on the bar, 7 pips away from the forward checker. Oops, 7 pips. There's the anchor. And Steve says, well, at least I have 11 ways to hit a blot out there. 7s and 9s, including double 3s. There's a 4-3, that makes 7. And Josh says, well, I've got 1s and a whole bunch of 3s hit you back, and I might even hit you back with a double 4. 2-6 from the bar is not too bad for Josh. He slots a useful point, the bar point, and Steve has a blot in his board, and Steve says, I'm going to hit that thing and hope that I do not get hit back with a 1, but at least I've got my back checkers out. There's a 1. The best number on the board. He says, I'm going to make my hit and make my 5 point and move one of my back checkers out to where it controls more outfield territory. And Steve says, oh, darn. Well, at least I have a safe 5-1. I'm in, and I play safely to the 8 point. And if we want to add 56 and 56, we got 112. And if we want to add 26, we got 138. And 24 is 162. And for simplicity of counting, 165 is that right? But now so now Steve says, aha, now I've got a double 6. And rather than leave a blot somewhere, I'm going to point on Josh's checker on the 2-point. And Josh says, no problem. I'm going to roll 6-5. Now he should, I believe, take the checker off of Steve's 5-point and move out all the way to Steve's outer board and control outfield territory. He should be trying to restrain Steve's back checker, and outfield checkers would do a lot to restrain them. And Steve says, shall I hit? Shall I hit twice? Hitting twice in a position like this is called a double tiger play. The maneuver's been around for a very long time, but the name for it, double tiger play, was coined by Michihito Kageyama. So they would say in Japan, Kageyama Michihito, approximately. I don't speak Japanese, and I can only do a pale imitation of a Japanese accent, but Michi Kageyama coined the term double tiger, leaving 2 blots on your board, hitting 2 and leaving a double direct return shot. Steve says, well, I'm behind in the race. Am I ahead of the race? 40, 70, 40, 67, 130. $150.70. So I'm ahead in the race. So maybe I shouldn't get more checkers hit. And even if I get missed on the return shot, which most of the numbers hit back, says I'm just going to try to run away and be safe. And give Josh the full roll. He's not favored to do anything great. Again, now he should just move out to the 15-point. Just keep that back checker going. He's moved at 2 already. He's looking at it. Now he controls more outfield territory. And yes, he might get hit, but he's not too afraid of that possibility. He's more afraid that, case in point, he's gotten hit. Steve is able to hit and play safely, but now he's stripped his midpoint, and he's got some stacks up front, and he just doesn't. He's got 1 stripped outside point and 3 stacked ones. Now Josh has got a real choice. He could make Steve's 4-point, or he could leave the back checker where it is on Steve's 1-point and thus control all of Steve's inner board. And just, he says, I guess he wants to play safely, but I think I would have played 21-18 and just kept the back checker as a sentinel or a gendarme, as Ray Fogelund once mentioned. Someone said, a gendarme means policeman or police officer in French. And the etymology, according to my brother, the fluent French speaker, is Jean, a person, d'arme, a person of arms, like somebody who bears weapons, like a soldier or a police officer. And the gendarme would have been good, but now Josh says, all right, I can't let Steve just escape for free. I'm going to have to hit him and rely on a holding game, a very good holding game, especially if he can hit right now with something in a 4 or even double 2s. But 5-3 is kind of crummy because, he can't enter low. He has to enter on a point that Steve is aiming at with 3 checkers. He says, rather than stack on the 5-point, I'll slot my 2-point. I would have been a little wary of slotting the 2-point. I'd rather slot the 3-point later instead of move down to a point that I don't want to make as much as the, 2-point. So now Steve cannot safety his blot, but at least, Josh is going to blot on his own 2-point, and unless he can hit and cover with double 2s or 2-6, then he will not be able to cover the blot on the. You'll have to worry about a return shot blot on the 2-point. And that's why I might have stacked on the 5-point. It's ugly. It says, all right, now I'll slot my 3-point. And Steve says, all right, I'm ahead in the race. I'm very probably safetying my outside blot. And then it might be not the easiest trick in the world, but not the hardest either, just to hop those stacks of checkers over the holding points. So this is a very good double. if you're not, Kit Woolsey has what people call a law. They used to just call it a rule. But Phil Simborg, I think, was the first one to start calling it a law, Woolsey's law. And that states that if you are on roll and you are not sure whether your opponent should take your double, if you double him or her or them, then you should double. The theory is that if you're thinking about doubling so strongly, then, and you're not even sure your opponent can take your double, then you probably are the favorite in the game. So if your double is wrong, it might not be wrong by much. Furthermore, by doubling, you put the question to your opponent and you give your opponent the chance to make an error, whatever the error might be. It might be an error to take or an error to drop. And whether you know what decision is an error or not is irrelevant, because your opponent can make the wrong decision, whatever it is, and thus give you equity. It doesn't matter if you know, in order for him to give you equity, or her or she or them to give you equity, you don't need to know that that's what they are doing. It's happening in platonic heaven outside of your knowledge. They have actually given you equity. So now it's 9-4. Steve has cashed a point in that horribly ugly position that he was in. And now he says, all right, my opponent has made a point in the inner board. I will reply by making a point in my inner board. At least if I hit, then I will have a tooth in my board to restrict their choices in entry with twos. And there's a 5-4. I predict Steve is going to split his back checkers. Because if he brings down two builders, it's sort of attractive because he's leaving. He stays with an anchor and he gives himself more ways to make a good point in his board next time. I'm not 100% sure that bringing two builders down is wrong. It's a little bit anti-thematic because he's got a worse priming position than his opponent. But his opponent doesn't have a greatly developed position yet, which argues saying, all right, then I'll make it harder for my opponent to split. I'll make it easier for me to make points. There is a crummy 6-4, it looks like. Poor Steve. He would like to, if he had his 3-point instead of his 2-point, he could happily make his 2-point. Here I'm predicting he exits with a 6 and makes the 9-point. The 9-point is an asset, and assets are everything, so he's made a new asset. The only trouble is he might get hit with a double 1. That's a hit. Should he switch to his 5-point or to his 2-point? Good question. I don't know the answer. He elects to keep both of the higher points in his board at the 6 and 4-point rather than going 6 to 5 and retaining the 3-point instead of making the 2-point. And Steve says, hardy har, I'm in. I'm in with a 3, and I've now moved 1 pip forward. And now if he hits me with a 5, and he promptly hits with a 5. 4-1 hitting with a 5. Steve says, I hope I roll double 5s in and hit and make 4-point. If not, I hope I roll a 3. Oh, no. And of course, Josh is not going to turn the cube to 2 because he wants a nice undoubled gammon, such as he might quickly get by keeping Steve on the bar for a long time after he rolls the Joker double 5. That was an ideal nasty roll. Nasty sequence Steve fanned, and then Scott, at least now Steve says, I'm fighting for the 5-point. And Josh says, well, you're only fighting as long as I don't hit you. Kaboom! He hits him. I predict he will leave it slotted, and he says, I'm going to make an anchor. And I'm probably going to leave it slotted. That's the best way to win a gammon. He says, well, if I'm going to win a gammon, maybe I should not move my back checkers. Maybe I should bring two builders into range of covering the 5-point and closing the board. So that's what he does. I suspect he should have made the anchor instead, but I am not so sure. And Steve says, I missed. Any 5 or 2 covers, but double 5s loses the 6-point. Now he says, aha, I'll cover and I'll split. Now I've got 6s and 3s to jump out. I've got 4s and 2s, and 1s to move forward. There's a 6-1. He's going to probably move his back checker all the way out. His farthest back checker probably out that way, and then his other back checker up. He's giving himself a bad double 3, a semi-bad double 4, a playable double 2, but just barely. And that argues for moving the forward checker only, which would give him more playability. But double 5s is ideal. He's very happy he played as he did. And he's going to choose between 10 to 5, a spare on the 5 point, and 13 to 8, or he will probably get a spare on his 5 or 6 point next turn. Both play, and there was no play he could make that was any good that would leave him, that would save him from leaving a blot if he rolled double 6s. Now he should just play 7 to 6. That's a little screwy. This is a little screwy, especially on double 5s a little bit. Not too bad. So now he's going to just bring that one all the way to the 1 point. And an undoubled gammon. Josh is a favorite to win an undoubled gammon. He's just rolled right over Steve so far. Steve is just hoping against hope. Is there a chance in hell Steve can save this gammon? Not even in hell yell the demons. And there's a 6. Maybe if Steve rolls some double box cards later. The worst roll for Josh is now double 4s, which would have left odd on the 4 point. This is odd on the 4 point, but Steve figures to enter before he gets a chance. Now, double 4s, 5s, and 6s leave what? 5-2 is not a blot. Now, not only do double 4s, 5s, and 6s leave the blot, double 3s leaves the blot, and 6-5 and 6-4 and 5-4 leave the blot. So if he comes in, which he came in, I'll try to save the gammon, but if I don't, I will lose the match ignominiously to the dark horse Josh Findlay from somewhere or other. Congratulations to him in advance if he actually wins. Shall he make 3 crossovers? He says, yes, I can make 3 crossovers and set up for an efficient double 5 or double 6. He's got to cater to the big ones. That's a cock die. 5-3 is a good roll for Josh. Double 6s is maybe the only good roll for Steve. Double 5s is another one. 4-3, he can say, all right, there's my 3, there's my 4. Now double 6s brings 3 to the 6 point. Josh merrily rolls along. He's often at most 3 turns. And Steve has got many crossovers to make before he saves this gammon. He makes 2 crossovers. If he rolls he can do it. If he can save it, make 2 crossovers. Double 6s next time makes 3 crossovers. No, 4 crossovers, and then he can if he gets 4 crossovers, which means double 3s or better, he has a chance to save the gammon next turn. That is not it, and that's the end. Steve congratulates Josh. Josh Findlay is in the money. It's in the round of 8 in the main. Steve goes down to the consolation, the lost once bracket. I believe that's the way it works in round 5. So congratulations. The dark horse Josh Findlay has defeated the great Steve Sachs. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. And I am going to run off and do something else. Maybe I can play a side event or something. Maybe I can come back for more commentary, depending on who's playing. Maybe Dirk Schiemann is going to play the Super Grandmaster. Mochi's another Super Grandmaster who is in attendance right now. I think Mochi was down. Last I saw him, I think he was down in the last chance 5-point match territory. So there is someone congratulating or commiserating with Steve. It is Jeb Horton. I can see in the room, the camera in the room. I'm going to go and see what trouble I can get into. I may be back. I may not be. If not, the New York Metro tournament is one of the best tournaments on the circuit. It's the biggest, certainly. There's 178 players in the Open. So it was a draw of 256. You have to win 8 straight matches to win the tournament. I won 5 straight. I was out. Steve has won 4 straight, and he's still fighting in the. Still win the consolation from here. Winning the consolation is tantamount to finishing second in the main, because you will only have lost 1 match in each case. So that's it. Here you've got more great players than I've almost ever seen in one venue. All these great German players, Papa Christopoulos and Mario Kurl was second in Monte Carlo, 1 year, losing to Frank Frigo, the 2-time world champion from California. Frank is also here, and former world champions Nevzat Dogan from Turkey, I believe, and Mochi, twice world champion, and Jürgen Gronstedt from Sweden, 3 times world champion. Petko Kostadanov, he's a U.S. citizen. I think he might also be a Bulgarian citizen, but Petko was in the finals of Monte Carlo twice, losing both times. I think he lost to the great Israeli dice pirate, not dice pirate. He's a strong player, Eli Roimi. Eli Roimi learned how to play backgammon on the street, in Tel Aviv, supposedly, and he was very good with primes. He's very, very expert at his checker play, and a lot of players like that usually draw a lot of errors. He's like a David Todd with a lot of like a lot of sophistication. David Todd likes to play backgammons for fun, but he's had some good results. But Eli Roimi is dangerous, and he beat Petko, I think, in one of the Monte Carlo finals.
Is there any XG feedback on the decision?
No, I don't have a feed here, Steve. Steve Sachs is with me now.
Hello.
Steve Sachs, yeah, hi. No, I didn't see anything that you did that screened.
Well, this 6-3
horrible.
where I came out.
The both checkers? Oh yeah.
I'm on my headset
clear.
in the race,
It's
and
clear.
I got a better board, but my timing's going.
It's clear. It's clear to me.
I don't know if it's clear, but I did.
I was discussing it when I was talking about it. I was strongly advocating it, and I figured you would do it because you would count the race and you'd say, all right, if I stay back, I have to dump some checkers. So it's bad for my race.
He prepares his position a little better. He might make another point. And
Right.
then when I come out, it's worse.
Right. Or if he hits you immediately, you have sometimes you have 9 returns, right?
Yeah.
And 2 blocks.
Fly shots.
Right? Yeah.
And then the cube I took.
And in the variation, he rolled a 2 something, a 2-5 maybe. I forget what it was. He left a blot on.
No, one.
He left a blot on
Hard point.
the bar point, and that was a 4-number shot, right?
Yeah. And then the cube bar, I was leading 2-1, and I took, and I got gammon.
But he left before the 4-number shot. He left another shot. I don't know. Anyway, you had bad luck for sure.
No, I had good luck in the other matches.
Yeah, well, me too.
And I got the only buy out of. Me and this other gentleman got a buy. Like 126 people didn't get a buy. So.
So you didn't. So you had won 3 up to then plus a buy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
I'm not complaining.
Mr. Buy is our favorite opponent. Mr. Ms. or.
And now.
Whatever.
All right. Hello, everyone. I finally see myself. There was a little bit of a delay. My name is Alex Asage, and it's a pleasure to be here with you, commentating on what I believe will be the final match of the night tonight at the 2026 New York Metropolitan Open, run by my good friend Lynn Ehrlich and Jeff Horton and everyone on the staff. Thank you to all of them. Thank you to Graham for doing the stream, as well as Stu Steen Conley, who's coordinating everything. He's been doing a fantastic job. They've gotten a really big turnout. Everyone who's watching, we're going to start shortly. In the meanwhile, please say hello in the chat. Let us know where you're joining us from. Happy to interact with you. Let me know if you're at the New York tournament or if you have been previously. Also, let me know if you're coming to an upcoming tournament. We've got up next the Super Jackpot match between Nevzat Dogan of Turkey, former world champion, and Doron Claxton of South Africa, finalists of the World Championships from this year. He's a fantastic, fantastic person. Let's see, Savage Watts. I'd love to see events with the Baffle Box standard. That's actually what they did at the tournament in Dubai, run by the International Backgammon Federation in Russia. That's just fantastic. They did so much. Every single board was provided. The dice were provided. Everyone had to use a baffle box, and every match was recorded. They had tons of staff. They had a huge big screen. It was an amazing tournament. Let me know if you saw any of that. It was like last month, I believe, in December. That was on the Ace Point Backgammon channel. So let me see what's going on here, what I can do. Okay. I'm going to see the tournament brackets, and I'm going to see the upcoming events. Thank you to the USBGF for sponsoring it. Everyone, let me know if you're a member of the USBGF. Has a lot of benefits. You can play in all the tournaments. There are online tournaments. There's tons of resources, educational resources on the site. There's Braid's Learning Curve. There's Jason Lee's online match in which I participate with Roberto Litzenberger. There are a lot of Phil Simborg videos. And speaking of videos, you can check out videos on my channel. Just look up Alex Backgammon and you'll find it. I have hundreds of videos there, lots of educational stuff. And if you love backgammon, you can become a member of the channel, and that'll give you exclusive access to the most popular videos. Also, I have some books available. People were asking about the new one. The first one I wrote was called Backgammon Backgame Strategies. And I selected that because there had never been a book written exclusively about back games. So thought it filled in a gap. So people like that. That was very technical. And then I was participating in the USBGF online match as the commentator for the team. Okay, so I did that one. And then the online match is a match where the players play against, right now it's Roberto Litzenberger. So Jason Lee coordinates it. Everyone who's a member of the USBGF can participate. So what we do is there's a move and everybody votes on the play. And depending on the vote, he makes that play for us. And I make a comment on each play. And Roberto is the opponent. So it was fantastic. So we did a full match. And then what I did is I created a book out of it. Oh, hey, Matt. I don't know if you want to join the commentary. You could ask Graham, but that would be great. So I did that, and it was basically an annotated match, so you can kind of walk through the match. And additionally, in addition to just explanations, there's like a little bit more about concepts that go on with whatever the position is. So you just kind of like walk through a match as you were playing, and there's a lot of learning. So I did that one, and then I decided to do another one. This third book is the first annotated match of a match that was live streamed originally. And this was a match between two of the best players in the world, Mochi and Michi. So it's called Backgammon Grandmaster Match. I got the proof the other day. So I'm just proofreading it, making sure it's okay. And it should be available probably in a few weeks, if not sooner. And Matt Congeyer helped out a lot with the book, and he was actually the commentator. So this was held at the Los Angeles Open 2025. So people like that, and that should be available soon. Let me know in the chat, what books have you read and what books do you like? Yeah, thank you. You should. I don't think you'll be able to find it quite yet, the new one, but maybe I can show you the proof. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. There we go. Backgammon Grandmaster Match. So it has a picture of them. They were playing. at the tournament. So in terms of this one, this is round 3 of the super jackpot. It looks like there were 32 players. I don't know what the entry fee is. So this is the bottom half of the draw. The winner will play a match that hasn't started, and that will be between Gary Bauer and the winner of Chris Trencher and Massimo Tassan-Solet. Looks like they're setting it up. Go through the upcoming tournaments on the ABT calendar. Next month in Texas, February 4th through 8th, Super Bowl weekend, Texas Backgammon Championships, run by my good friends Bill Riles and Tara Mendocino of Ace Point Backgammon in San Antonio. Then later that month, February 26th through March 1st, the Atlanta Classic. In March 26th to the 29th, the Ohio State Backgammon Championships. You can find all of this on the USBGF website. Again, I highly recommend becoming a member of the USBGF. It's usbgf.org, which stands for United States Backgammon Federation. Then in April, the 15th through the 19th, will be the Cherry Blossom Championship, run by Ben Friesen in the Washington, D.C. area. April 30th through May 3rd is the 2026 Charlotte Backgammon Invitational, and that's run and organized by Jeb Horton. 2026 Chicago Open by Rory Pascar will be May 20th through the 25th. That's Memorial Day weekend, of course, in Chicago, Illinois. In June, so the Wild West Shootout in Denver took the place of the Los Angeles Open, June 3rd through the 7th, run by Dan Minardi. And then later that month, June 17th through the 21st, the 2026 Gateway Open, St. Louis Gateway Open, and that's run by David Todd. So in the live chat, please let me know if you're going to be at any of these tournaments. Have you been at any of the ABT tournaments in the past? Do you play backgammon regularly at home or at a local club? I don't travel much to these tournaments, the ABT ones, but we play locally all the time. In July 4th weekend, Independence Day weekend, 1st through the 5th, the 2026 Michigan Summer Championships by Ben Friesen. In August, we have the Wisconsin State Backgammon Championships, August 5th through the 9th by Jack Edelson. And I believe that's in Milwaukee or Madison. No, it's actually in Madison, Wisconsin. Very good. In September, Labor Day weekend will be the 2026 Viking Backgammon Classic, September 2nd through 7th by April and Michael Messick. They always run a great tournament. And then September 23rd through the 27th is the 2026 Music City Backgammon Open in Nashville, Tennessee. So I first started playing with the doubling cube when I was in Nashville in medical school. Oh, the sound's not working good? Okay, I'll bring the microphone closer. Let me see what I can do with the microphone. Noise reduction, let me see. Default audio settings. Okay. I brought that closer. Thank you for your feedback. Appreciate that, Spooner fan. Let's see. So that's going to be run by Roy Pascar, September 23rd through the 27th. And then he's going to do another tournament in Boston, the Boston Open, October 29th through November 2nd. So that's going to be on Halloween weekend. You can bring a costume. Don't know about the Miami Open, when that's going to be, but usually it's in November. And then the 2026 California State Championships, final ABT Tournament of the Year, December 2nd through the 6th, run by Candace Mayron, and I help with that. The little English that could. So let me see how many people we have watching right now. Let me refresh this. We've got 51 watching. We have 18 likes. Everyone who's watching, please hit that like button. Let us know what kinds of things you'd like to see on the streams. This will be a good super jackpot match. I don't know if don't see him now, but maybe Matt Conguy wants to join me. I don't know. All right, so I brought the microphone closer. Let me know how that sounds, if that sounds better. I hope so. We're still waiting for the players. I think Doron was finishing up a match. So they're playing on a beautiful P40 board. I really like this board for the stream because there's a lot of contrast. The light gray field with the red and white points contrast really well. And they have the metal rimmed black checkers and the black rimmed white checkers. So you can see them very well. Nice outline. These are weighted checkers. I really love them. When you play on it, it's just a pleasure to play on. The frame is metal, and the newer ones have a lighter weight one, so it's not as heavy. It does make a different sound that you're not used to, so you've got to get used to it. But once you do, they're really nice boards, and you can customize them. So you can select the color of the frame, you can select the surfaces, you can select the checkers, you can select the cube, and you're able to replace the surface inlays. So you can just change it, and then it's like having another board. So that's a lot of fun. I have one of these boards myself. I have the one with the 1 3/4 size checkers, which is this one here. In St. Louis, they give a lunch. That's great. So one of the downsides of this one is that the bar is relatively thin. So the checker is wider than the bar, and sometimes it slips off. So I think they give you a little plastic piece that you can put on the bar that makes it a little wider so you can fit the checkers. So that's a P40 board. Let me know if you've played on a P40 board. And if you haven't, let me know what kind of board you like. I've got a number of boards. Looks like this is going to be a 13-point match. So it'll be a longer match. I'll tell you all the boards that I have. I have that P40 board, but actually mine is the one with 2-inch checkers. So they're a little bit bigger, and you can fit like 10 across. I also have an Backgammon Talat board, which is a mahogany wood. I like that one a lot. Really nice. I like the wood. My favorite feature is that you can actually remove the inlays and put a new one in there. You get Jersey Mike sandwiches in St. Louis. So I have like over 10 inlays and many different checkers to mix and match. So that one's great. I also have a Wycliffe Brothers board. If you're looking for a high quality board at a competitive price, that's a really good value. So those are really nice. And then I recently got Tobacco boards because they sponsored the tournament in Los Angeles, and they make some beautiful boards with vibrant colors. The one I like more is the sky blue one that I have with it's the leather exterior. It's not a true leather. It's a vegan leather, and it has these beautiful weighted checkers, and they're very colorful. And the cube is beautiful. It matches. So let's see, who is that in there? Let me see. Okay, I made that a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay, there. I'm adjusting my screen so I can see everything better now. So who do we have in the chat? Everyone say hello. I see Vinny Ramirez from Orange County. Savage Walks. Where are you joining us from? Are you in the New York area, on the East Coast, West Coast? Spooner Fan, where are you joining us from? I know Matt Congeyer is in New York. I enjoy having an interactive chat. How do the checkers feel when they clack together? I mean, they feel the same. You just hear the noise. I like that they're weighted. It gives it a little bit of weight. So you'll see it. They're good. You just have to get used to the noise. I also like using a baffle box. That's a good question for the viewers. You guys like a baffle box or no baffle box? Maybe Stu or Graham, we can put a question in a poll. Do the viewers like baffle box or no baffle box? Oh, you got one in purple, so you got a P41. Should be there in a couple weeks. That's nice. They're made in the United States. We are trying to do a lot more streaming, and people have enjoyed it. If you enjoy the live stream from the USBGF, you can give a super thanks, which is a small donation, and that helps support the stream. So in the live chat at the lower right, there's a little dollar sign button. If you want to make a donation, it doesn't go to me, it goes to the USBGF, but we'd really appreciate it. Okay, they may also stream Josh Findlay versus Vlad. Thank you. Thank you, Stu. Maybe I can create a poll. While I'm here, let's see. Oh, no, not this one. Okay, there we go. We'll put a poll in there. What is your preference? Baffle box or no baffle box? Everyone vote on that. I personally like baffle boxes. The reason is that there's less cocked dice and it's faster. You save about 2 seconds per roll. You think about how many times you roll in a match, that time adds up. And then the reduced number of times that it's cocked, that adds up too. So it moves things along much faster. And when you're playing in a tournament, you're running a huge tournament with hundreds of players. There are many, many matches going on. And in order to get through the entire tournament, time is money. Two votes so far, 4 votes. Now, people are liking the baffle box. One of the downsides of a baffle box is when you're watching a live stream, the dice are always on the same side. So in order to tell whose roll it is, you have to look at the clock. Oh, in Wisconsin, near Madison. Very good. So that's where they'll be doing the Wisconsin tournament. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Nick Blazer is from there. Lake Geneva, Amy, welcome. How is the weather in Wisconsin and Lake Geneva this time of year? I imagine it's cold. I think it's cold in New York. All right, we're getting some more votes. So tell me in the chat, why do you like a baffle box if you voted for baffle box, or why do you not like it if you voted for no baffle box? Can't find Nashville on the Chicago Point calendar. Oh, so that's on the USBGF website. Here, I'll tell you which ones you were looking. Nashville. Oh, Bob Zavral, why do you hate baffle boxes? So the Music City Backgammon Open will be in Nashville September 23rd through the 27th. Hi, Matt. I believe Josh Findlay versus Vlad will be tonight. They may stream it on Stream 2 or Stream 1. I don't know. Our business, Delray Beach, Florida. Welcome. Yeah, Nashville is in September. Here, I'll put that in the chat. September 23rd through the 27th. Yep. Ten votes now. We're at 70-30. We're at 70-30. There you go. Thank you. MusicCityBackgammon.com. They might play tomorrow since only 2 matches. That is true, Matt. However, I think there are also like other events running simultaneously, and some people might be in multiple events. So the more they play, the better. Because there's this one, and then there's like the main tournament with the undefeated consolation last chance. They kind of do it all at once. Here in Los Angeles, we do all the side events before or towards the end. So they did have a really nice baffle box. That should be required for people who shake the cup side to side. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that's another thing. You don't have to worry about how they shake. You know that it's randomized. What I was saying is they had a really nice social event there in New York, and they had tons of people. Location sharing, yeah. So they had tons of people, and it was like in a bar, so many people. And I'm sure Remy organized that. So she's doing a fantastic job with the social backgammon. Very good, very good. Now we're at 77-23. Right, you're not rolling into the checkers. It rolls towards the bar. So what was the other question I was going to ask? So let me close this poll, and then we'll open up another question. Okay. Next question is, how can we grow backgammon? So that's a question and answer. We completed the poll, 16 votes, 75% prefer baffle box, 25% prefer no baffle box. The smell of the inside of a Chris Lloyd dice cup is something special. Oh, I see what you mean. Cuff into the baffle box is like wearing socks with sandals. So I don't know if you know the reason that we would do it here in Los Angeles is because the older baffle boxes had the true baffles, which is like a piece of wood. So there are like 3 pieces of wood like this, but they weren't perfect. So people could just drop them and get like exactly the roll that they want. And people were actually really good at that. So what we implemented is that you have to use the cup through the baffle box. But nowadays, these new baffle boxes are a little bit different. So they're designed differently. So they're designed with bars, like rods that go across. So the dice tumble along the bars, and that mixes them up, and you can't really control the dice. So nowadays, with these new baffle boxes, you don't need the dice cups. All right. Next question, how can we grow backgammon? Let me know in the chat how you think we can grow backgammon. One of my favorite things about these live streams is the live chat, because you can interact with the commentators, you can interact with each other. It's really nice. It's like seeing friends. Like I see people like Vinny. I see Vinny here locally, but also on these chats. I see Amy. Who else are some of the regulars? Matt. Baffle box for a more structured roll result in tournament settings or with smaller board areas. Okay. So let's see, what time is it? It's past 10 p.m. Eastern time, local time there in New York. So how can we grow backgammon? And I'll tell you some of the things that we can do, in my opinion. These types of live streams are actually fantastic because it provides a lot of exposure on YouTube. That's the #1 video platform. And backgammon is a visual game, so YouTube is a perfect platform. So the live streams also get lots of views. It's really nice because you get to watch some of the best players in the world. You learn a lot. And you have expert commentators, like many we've had this entire weekend. We just had Marty Storr, for example, and you really learn a lot. You get to interact in the live chat with each other, and it encourages people to start playing. Other things that we can do is start social clubs like they've done in New York. Remy does a fantastic one. I know there are others in New York. We have some in Los Angeles. When you market on social media, you get a lot of the social players. Like I've been doing the Instagram and Facebook posts for a couple of years. And this year, actually, our first tournament of the year, we had 5 new players show up, all of whom found us on Instagram. Normally, we get about 20 players, 25 players. So 5 new players is a lot. And we've gotten some other players, and some of them, keep coming. Some of them don't. We had a couple that were just in town for the weekend, and they went back home. Looks like Doron is coming to sit down, and I think he might be on the other side. Did you guys watch the match between Doron Claxton and Timo Vatanen in the finals of Monte Carlo World Championship? Okay. Let's do a new question. So next question is, what is your favorite backgammon board to play on? I've actually played on some of Bob Zavaral's boards. They're beautiful. They're fantastic. I like how the checkers fit, how they glide on the beautiful merino wool surfaces. I like the nice dice cups that he has. I like that he has a slot for the dice cups. And I like the double trays for the checkers. You have a single row of trays for the checkers, and then there's a smaller tray you can use for doubling cubes. So if you're playing a chouette, for example, you can have multiple doubling cubes. The other thing, I'm just looking at the baffle box thing again. One of the things I like about baffle boxes is I use my hands and forearms a lot. So when I shake the dice a lot throughout a tournament, I sometimes get pain. All right, looks like the players are taking their seats. So this is a super jackpot match. So it looks like more online tournaments. Yeah, you don't have to pay for hotel and travel. That's true. Okay, so it looks like they're switched. Let me see if Graham can change that. Okay. Here, I sent him a message. So Daron is actually sitting at the top playing the black checkers, but it has Nesvat's name. So I just sent a message to Graham to fix that. Teach it in a school. All right, so there you can see Daron will be playing the black checkers at the top. Nevzat playing the white checkers at the bottom, bearing off on the right. 13-point match. Let me see if I can see the scoreboard. Okay, I see the scoreboard now. Bearing off on the right. Looks like they're going to be using dice cups. Jeb Horton is speaking with them. So you can see the player cam. Slightly obstructed by the tripod, which is on the table. I'm trying to actually improve the quality of the stream. So the reason the tripod is on the table is because the crossbar is not long enough. So when we did it here in Los Angeles, I used my own personal crossbar extender, so we were able to do that. Here it's different. Okay, so now it's been changed. Thank you very much to Graham. Daron Claxton from South Africa playing the black checkers at the top, and Nevzat Dogan from Turkey playing the white checkers at the bottom. Getting ready to start. Handshake, and here we go. All right. Okay, they put the scoreboard there so that we can't see it. Oh, no. Now we cannot see the scoreboard. Okay. My favorite boards, Gammoners, Adderall, Schmidt Brothers, Zaza Sachi, FM Gammon. Fantastic. Okay, so after some development, 4-3 down, 4-1 split. You're supposed to slot against the 4-3 with the 4-1, makes the 5-point with the 5-1 looks like now 6-2 for Nevzat. Comes out and hits 24-16. All right, thank you for moving that back. Looks like a 3 is a double 3. A little bit of a glare. One of the things we did in Los Angeles is I put some diffusers. Oh, it's a 5-3. Okay, looks like a 5-3. So we reduced the glare. Double 2. Okay, so make the 4-point, and I think you make the 9-point just like that. Very good. Duplicates a lot of the 4s that Daron needs on both sides of the board. 6-4, just like that. So what do? You point on head, you can hit on the 9-point, and you can anchor. I think you may even be able to hit twice, although that's kind of aggressive. But when you have more checkers back, you can take more risk. So he's choosing to bring 2 up. I don't think I would have done that having more checkers back. Now 4-1. So he's going to hit and then come down 13-9. All right. So Daron has the 20-point anchor, the golden point. 5-3. He comes in. He's looking to come in with the 3 or maybe with the 5. Aries board. Yeah. Thank you. Good luck to everyone, to both players. So he comes in and hits loose on the deuce, double 3. 1 and 1, 2, 3 comes around, makes his bar point for a solid 4-point prime. Very good. And I think these 2 players are pretty fast players, which is something I personally like. Now 6-5 for Daron. So 6-5, talkie board. Yeah, talkie boards are great. Yeah, gammoners are great too. The nice thing about gammoners is they're lightweight. And I love the leather. I have some of the new Backo boards, especially the luxury one I like a lot. So he's looking at playing 13-2 with the 6-5. He can also break the 8-point and play 2 off the 8-point to hit and cover, or he can come around. Okay, he chooses to make the 2-point. And let me know if anyone has a XG feed or they can put things in. 4-2 for Nevzat. He comes out to the 16-point. Doron needs a 4 or a 6-5. Doesn't get it. Double 3. So there's 2 of them. St. Louis Backgammon Club likes the Aries boards. And 2 down. So where are we at? $125 for black. 8. 128 for white. Looks like it's a close race. Looks like it's a close race. He's got to roll. 4-1 comes down, and you might leave that there because you'll have a return shot should you be hit. This way you won't. 2-1. Hello from Vancouver Island. Spreads things out. All right. Nevzat's trying to bring things home. Double 6. That'll do the trick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now probably lost his market. 4-1, 4-1. Double pass. He just scores it. I like that. There you go. So 1-0 lead for Doron. Excuse me, it's for Nevzat. So that's 12 away, 13 away. For those who are not familiar with the away score, it refers to how far away each player is from winning the match. So unlike a money game where each point is equal, in a match, you're playing to a goal score. Here, 13. So it doesn't matter what's happened in the past. It only matters how far you are from the finish line. 3-1 is the best opening roll for Doron. He makes his 5-point. 4-2. Nevzat will make his 4-point. Hello to John Giorgio, Jedi Master in the house. Thank you for joining us. 3-1. He's going to come down and play 6-5. I might have split there. Welcome. From Cheltenham, UK. Nevzat makes the bar point with the 6-1. Another 3-1. He makes his bar point. 6-3. So he's going to run a back checker. 24-15. Doron's looking to hit with a 3 or a 7. Double 6. No hitter, but he can hit actually on the ace point, making the ace point on hit. That means making a point and putting a checker on the bar. That's really good. Double 2s. That's a great roll. 1, 2. And you can make the 5-point or maybe even just unstack the midpoint. I actually like unstacking the midpoint because it's a builder for the open 5-point. But the rack is hard to resist. It would have also unstacked. That's a 5-3 for Doron. So he can point on head or he can simply make the 3-point. Maybe made the 3-point, although this gives 16 dancing numbers.
Hey, Alex.
He's looking at it. All right. Let me see. Who do we have here? I don't see.
Hey, Alex. It's me, Matt.
Oh, hey, Matt. I don't see your video on there.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, how are you doing? Welcome.
Thank you. I like making the 2-point there, but we'll see how this works out. Good to be here. These are the Nevzat has won Monte Carlo, and Doron was the finalist this year. So
That's right. That's right.
Should be a good match.
So 3-2. The dice are a little bit more visible here on this stream, which is good.
Yeah.
6-4.
He's gonna make the 2-point now. Does have 13 guys in the zone, so
Yeah.
you know
So-
he's facing a prime, but he has certainly potential.
3-1. Great roll. Makes the
Yeah.
4-point. Okay, so now is he going to look?
I mean, it looks pretty strong. You're one roll away from a closeout. You know, 5-4 would just be like almost gin.
But still a lot of work to be done. On the other side, he's got to bring those other 2 checkers home.
You are somewhat stuck behind a prime, but there's going to be a ton of gammons. I mean, white is going to win a lot of games for sure when he just enters and hits or something, but like there's a lot of gammon jeopardy on the bar against a 5-point board.
Are you able to see my video, Matt?
Yeah, I see you.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you noticed, I got a haircut.
Oh, nice. It's a nice haircut, actually.
You passed,
It's
thank you.
kind of it's a little bit hard to tell because the
The
background
background, yeah.
keeps
But
changing.
it was time for the haircut.
Nice.
Oh, now I see you. Okay. I was in full screen view, which actually is nice.
Oh, okay, cool.
And I'm monitoring the chat.
Hope the chat can see me.
You counter
2-1.
slot with the 2-1.
Yeah, good to counter slot when the opponent stacks up their 8-point. You don't really want to split.
6-4 is a good roll.
6-4 double hits. Yeah, make sure you pick up both checkers. He does.
Yeah.
I've seen people hit the clock and then reach for the second checker, and you don't want to do that.
Now.
This feels kind of early, but Doran could do some good things here.
I don't know if you know these players, but I think they're aggressive with the cube.
Yeah, I've played Nevzat before, quite a lot, and he's quite a strong player. Doran is a little bit more new to me. I think he's kind of new to the scene. But obviously he reached the finals of Monte Carlo this year, and he's in the semifinals of the main. So, or the
Is he in the semifinal?
Wow. Quarterfinals?
Maybe the quarterfinals. Yep. 3-2 comes in and makes the 10-point.
And I think he's also in the finals of the doubles.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
5-4.
a really good tournament for him.
Double fives. Wow.
Double five's pretty good roll. Makes another point. Nevzat is getting primed on the ace point. He wants to play a 6 out, but like, man, you want to hit also, but yeah. I don't know. That was a tough one. I guess you just have to hit him.
Now 5-4.
These guys are also very fast players, so we're gonna see
I
those
know.
plays go by.
I like that.
Yeah, it's good.
That's how I grew up playing. We play fast.
Yeah, I like it.
Sometimes I play too fast.
Yeah, 5-4 clears the midpoint, brings builders into position to make the 4 and make them bar. Otherwise, you have to break your 8-point to make so putting a spare on the 8 is nice, and it's not too dangerous.
Oftentimes, when you own the 18-point, you can break the midpoint. And
this is a fantastic roll.
Yeah. Oh, he leaves it slotted. Okay.
I mean, for sure he had to make the 23-point because that's his whole game now. And it makes sense to me to slot because you want to make that point next. And you also don't mind if you get hit. Getting hit might be good for you. This is pretty bad. Your timing is not good, so you don't want to just fall into an ace-deuce game because you're going to get crunched.
No, you made the 4-point. There you go.
Yeah, 4-point. You did look at it and pointed it out to us, but wasn't really going to do it. Just never hurts to point it out.
5-4.
Um,
6-2 for Doran.
Here? Okay.
Wow.
Yep, makes sense. You have to start moving before you break up the rest of your position. Double 4, terrible. Can't hit anything. Crunches the timing, but that does right to save a gammon because he only has 4 guys back, no blots, You still certainly could get gammon, but most of the time he'll kind of be able to hit a shot or escape or do something with a crunched board.
They're not playing dice on checkers. This is what happens.
Yeah. 2-1. He's gonna save a 6, but I'm not sure that you want to save a 6 because maybe you're running off the 24-point anyway, right?
Yeah.
You're not necessarily gonna play a 6-5 by making your ace point. 6-4. So now your question: do you want to make the ace point or do you want to run off the 24? It's not obvious to me. I mean,
I think you need to get
running
on.
off the 24 definitely wins more games, but there is some gammon risk where you just get pointed
Right.
on, and now you have the second blot in the outfield, right?
Okay, so it makes the ace point.
Yeah.
5-3. 6-5.
It does
Great
manage
roll.
to pick up the second checker in the outfield.
2-1.
Yeah. And now there's real gammon risk, right? Because there's 4 back, 1 on the
Right.
bar, only 1 anchor. So
I think I would have played 2 off the 8.
Yeah, you want to start clearing the 8 point when the other guy is on the bar. It's a good time to do it.
4-2. He plays the 4 first and then the 2. I actually don't like that because it confuses the viewers.
Yeah, I also don't like it. I try to make my moves as clear as possible,
Yeah.
And never do shifty things with the checkers.
That's what they do in the Middle East. They do it like that.
Yeah. You want to be ripping checkers off here because, I mean, you both win more games and win more gammons, I believe. You're going to get a lot of checkers off before you get hit. And if you do this, you're leaving shots anyway, and you're only going to have 1 off, maybe 2 off when you get hit. And, every checker off helps you in the gammon race.
2 crossovers. That's good.
3-2, he can clear the 6 point, and now he's going to bear off pretty quickly. But the gammon race is close, and I think Nevzat race to save, right?
I think so. 5-4, 2 off.
It's got to be close. It's very, very close. 4-1, not so good. You want pips here. 4-2 leaves a shot.
Okay. Looking for a 2. There's the 2
on the checker. No good.
6-5.
Okay, at least it's pips. Yeah, it's not a hit. You would re-roll for sure, but at least you get some pips. Deuce is not very good. Has to leave himself awkward there.
John thinks I play slow. 6-3, another shot. Looking for an ace.
One more shot, and the ace is up. So there's 3, 6, 7, 8 checkers, 7 off.
Looking for double 5 or a 1 will hit. 5-4 will hit. 4-1.
4 pretty good. Hits and comes up.
Gammons
but Nevzat does have a lot of returns.
Yeah.
There's a return. With 7 off, Doran is probably a small favorite until Nevzat can close the board. Makes sense to bring the other checker into me because you're only covering his 6-1 with the 9 point, and I think you want to hit him, but I don't know. This is okay too. You cover his 6-5 by coming out.
These containment games are difficult.
Yeah. Should hit with this. And if Nevzat can close the board, then Nevzat is going to be a favorite. Only 7 off. And he does so. So we could see Riku coming up at some point. I mean, not yet because
2 off, right?
It depends. We'll see. It depends on the rest of your checkers, right?
Right, assuming the board is closed, yeah.
Assuming the board is closed, you probably need 3 off. So if you have a closed board and 3 off, I think you can redouble that.
Hello to Alex Farzan in the chat.
Good move with the 2-1, keeping spares on the 6 point. You don't want to open the 6 point too soon. Which you should, so he's within 6 now, and now he's within 5. So this is going to be very close on a fan. A 6 up. Okay, so Doran's winning. Now you can't double unless you roll good. You need a set if you're Nevzat. Doesn't cost anything because he still has a 4-all position.
3 off. Okay, so
Yeah, Doron is still a big favorite, but if Nevzat does not miss, then Nevzat actually would win. But it's hard to not miss.
Yeah.
Still has double 3 or better. Double
That
6
works in
is...
double. Doron needs a double.
He needs a double.
Nope.
Okay, didn't get it.
All right. I'll be back
3-1
in
for
just a
Nevzat.
moment. Yep. Be right back.
So it's probably better to split with a 3. It's not a huge deal, but you're pretty safe on the... You want to make the biggest split you can, except you don't want to get hit there. And you're pretty safe when he has the block, because he has to cover his block first before he can hit you. On the opening roll, you know, you're more likely to get hit when you make a larger split. Nevzat makes the anchor, and... Doran makes the anchor, and Nevzat makes his anchor, but Doran's anchor is more advanced, so Doran's a small favorite in this mutual holding game, right? He's got a little bit of containment against the 3-point anchor, and he can also run off easier if he rolls a set. Three, 2 can redistribute. Good play. 3-1, slotting is 4-point. Okay. I would probably thought about maybe slotting the 3-point as well to give myself a really fast way to make a board, but this isn't too bad either. 6-5 can't do anything. You can slot 2 points.
Yeah.
Not really what you wanted. And now can Duran take advantage? I think you can clear your midpoint.
That's one of the things I mentioned earlier. When you have the 18 point, you can break your midpoint easier.
Right. If you do this, I mean, you don't have a good 6. Your 6 is going to be 13-7. Makes sense. You know, he can't really hit you unless he rolls double 1s or double 4 or something. Even 3-1 is pretty ugly. I'm not so sure about this. You're leaving a deuce, a 5, and a 6. And you have 3 blots, you know, so... I mean, you do have a 3-point board, but I would at least slow down there to see what not hitting looked like.
2-6 from the bar. That's a Ray Fogerlin.
This looks like it's close to too good. I mean, not too good, but it looks like it should be a pass. The second blot in the outfield is a big problem, and the blot on your deuce point is another problem. So,
and the made ace point is no good.
Right. I mean, at least the made ace point isn't another blot, but it's not part of a prime.
Right. Okay. So 3-2 in favor of Nevzat.
Yeah.
Well, they were asking about the reference position, yeah.
Reference position? Oh, yeah. If he's closed out, you need 3 off, I believe. But you can sometimes double with 2 off or 1 off if, you know, if it's different.
Depends on how many you have off.
Yeah, it depends on your board and your spares and how many checkers you have off, and you got to set up the whole position to figure it out.
Nick is watching from Cape Town, South Africa, where Doron is from.
Nice. 6-3, I believe, to cover.
Yeah, cover.
Leaves fewer shots, improves your board. You know, hitting doesn't really gain much because you're just going to lose the pips you gained in the race. 3-1, semi-safetying a blot, all he could do with that roll. And 5-2 looks like a hit. You don't have a way to clean up your blot on the 7, so I think you hit to maybe go after the other checker on the 11, plus you have the stronger board.
Oh, double three. Let's see how
Yeah.
it goes.
This is, I mean, he could stop and think here for sure.
Yeah.
Like, he's got a strong position, right? 11 guys in the zone, another blot, nose that in the air. Normally, when your opponent fans, that's the time when you're like, if your opponent doesn't come in, you gotta like look at the cube, you know?
That oftentimes induces a pass because they get frustrated when they fan.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually a sign, right? Like it's a good time to look at a cube when your opponent's on the bar. They gotta come in before they can do anything else. So you can make the 14 here with your 6 to get out of being pointed on. Plus, you don't really care about your bar point because he's already anchored on your 5 points. So you're not trying to prime him. You're just trying to race home, right? And so you want to advance your back checkers. And then with the 3, I don't know. I guess you could play 7 to 4 maybe.
7-4.
Yeah, I mean 11-8 is also reasonable.
Reasonable.
But I think the main thing is you want to get off the 20 point, which, you know, that checker's not so easy to safety, right? So this is a number that actually safeties it.
Okay, consolidates.
Yep.
3-1 makes 5 point.
This is why you got out of there. Didn't want to be in the air when he makes his 5 point.
John was asking me what I was eating. Just some pastries after dinner. 6-5, probably 2 down.
Yep. Good play.
So this is a little bit different than a standard 20-point holding game because Doron has his 14 points. So that's going to be a little harder to clear.
Yeah, it's not good for Duran, right? Because he's winning the race.
Maybe
I think he's still winning the race, right? He's still winning the race. So now that's going to count.
109 for white.
Duran is up by 9 after the roll. So Nevzat sees that. He's going to stay back for contact. And it's also very hard for Duran to clear the 14 and 13, right? Without leaving a shot because he's stripped everywhere. He's got all the islands.
Islands.
The great falafel.
Yeah, there's a restaurant here called Islands. I don't know if you've ever been to it.
No, I haven't.
Hawaiian food. Burgers and fries.
Nice.
3-2.
3-2, not a good roll. I mean, you can make the 11 point. I think that's your only like safe play, right? Other than like breaking your 6, which you're not going to do. Right. It's not really safe. You're leaving indirects, but at least he can't hit and cover at the same time.
6-2.
This is a blocked 8.
It's the blocked 8.
Yeah.
(5-2) into the 6.
Yep. You want to clean up a blot, and the best space for your spare is on your 6 point because you'll be able to handle more rolls later.
I tell people, I have a visceral fear of having a stripped 6 point with a third checker on the 7 point when you're bearing in against contact.
Yeah, you leave a lot of blots that way, right? You want to strip the back point and put spares on your interior points.
Kit Woolsey says you can never have enough spares on the 6 point.
Yeah, it's probably a good rule.
Yeah, you swallow your bad rolls with that.
Yeah.
Double 1. And the double shift.
Yeah, seems okay. I mean, get a lot of different options.
After roll.
That'll pick up in the race. I think you're gonna have a cube after this, even though it's a very volatile position. And Nevzat would have an easy take. But if you do manage to roll a set and clear the 11 point, or you just clear with a blot and he misses, you lost your market by a ton, right? Because you're way up in the race. But, you know, I would say it's like a small cube and massive take.
You got to play the 4 point now with the 4-3.
Right. It's going to be basically a 50-50 game. I mean, you're a small favorite. Because, you know, Nevzat only has 17 shots.
17 numbers to hit a direct 6 without anything being blocked.
Right. If he rolls double fives, can he take? I don't know. So this is going to be a pass.
4-1. Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
That quickly passes.
Oh, Jim Sav asking, when is the new book going to be released? Hopefully in the next few weeks, I think. Just got the proof. I actually changed some of the diagrams to make them look nicer. So now 3-3. 10 away, 10 away.
Yeah. Even score. Even game.
I talk about match play in the book.
Mm-hmm. Double three, pretty good start. If he fans, it should go double take. If he comes in, you don't have a double, even with his worst numbers. 4-2 is very strong. This could be a double if Nevzat doesn't roll a point-making number. So now he should be doubling, I believe.
3-1.
Have a very strong priming game, and if Nevzat rolls poorly again, then I think you lose the market. But this is a great roll, making the 18 point.
The cube saver.
Yeah, it's a massively good roll.
Double 5.
I can remake the 8. You want to run checkers around the board as well. You could just run everything and just say if he rolls a 4, he has to break that.
3-2, slots 2 points.
Yeah. Doran doesn't really have a cube after Nevzat made the... I think you should go 13 to 10, actually. Because you really want to make a point in the outfield. Right? You're in danger of being totally... You know, that those checkers on the midpoint need to go somewhere, and they need a landing spot in the outfield. Black doesn't really have a cube because he can't really lose his market, first of all. I mean, maybe with double fives, but you can't clear the midpoint because you have 5 checkers there. And you are in danger of leaving shots because you don't have your 8 point.
4-3 again.
Now there is some market loss, but you're still in danger of leaving shots later without the 8 point.
Nevzat might break his midpoint soon.
Right.
I had proposed allowing dice on checkers at least on streams. What do you think about that?
I think it's reasonable. I mean, I don't see why players can't have dice on checkers if they want to.
Yeah.
You know?
It improves the viewer's experience.
Like it's fine for me if they want to have the standard be that it's not legal, but if they want to agree to it, I don't see any problem with it.
Yeah.
Clearing the 6 away point was great. I think now you could double because it's much easier to clear a point that's 5 away than a point that's 6 away.
Right.
When you do leave a shot, your shots are mostly going to be when you roll a 6, and then the other checker is going to come closer. So instead of leaving 17 shots, you're leaving like 11, right? So it's like a massive difference.
64 to 90.
Yeah, you're way up 26 pips.
I would have considered doubling before the roll.
Yeah, I think you should, but
6-1.
So it does leave 15 shots.
No. Yeah, Kit Woolsey always says every turn is a doubling decision if you have cube access. It's always important to think about it. Why is the cube left on 32? Usually they put it on a number other than 2. 6-4 splits. 3-2. Some sort of split. Or the double split. I think that's slightly off. 5-2.
To making the 4-point
6-4.
fan. Now you can think about, when your
Now
opponent
he's got-
fans, you start to think about the cube, and it looks like a good cube to me, right? He's escaped a checker. He's got 9 in the zone. Only a 2-point board, but it's still, powerful if you hit and don't get hit back.
Makes the 18, the 4-2.
Yeah. He's kind of unhappy he doubled here, but
Right.
but he still has an even game, so when it goes well, maybe you win a gammon, and when it goes poorly, it's just an even game.
That was nice to make a counter anchor.
Yeah. He's coming off the 18. I don't know that I think he's pretty far ahead in the race, yeah. So it makes sense.
And the 5-4 was kind of a good roll for it. But he did get hit. 6-4. Got to come out. Double shot. Double 4.
This is a massively good roll. Clears,
Wow.
hits. It's your best number, I guess.
Now he's got to think about when to recue.
I don't think you're there yet because you do have all the gaps, and it's
Pointing
easy
at the
to
5-point.
right. Making the 5 makes some sense. You could also play safe and just not leave any shots, but
It's 126.
Two pips before the roll, 8 after.
8, I think.
Yeah.
126, 134.
It's kind of a difficult play. I mean, making the 5 is great when you get away with it, but you are giving up your 10-point and you're leaving a bunch of indirects.
Yeah.
And you're winning the race, so you're pretty happy to just not get hit and bring your checkers home.
The thing that's a little awkward about the safe play is all your points are 2 apart from each other. So a lot of the numbers are duplicated, like 3-1, 5-3, and so forth.
Yeah, that's true.
But you have spares everywhere.
Right. It looks like it's going to be a long time before you leave a shot if you make that play. You are leaving, like eight shots or something. So I think this makes sense to me.
6-3.
Now is that going to run and turn it into a race where Doran is a small favorite? So in a race, it hardly matters what you play with the checkers as long as you make legal moves.
We're talking about a position like this. You said you want to bring your checkers to the high point. So why is that for
Right.
you?
Later on so when you only roll a certain amount of pips, and you want to be able to bear off as fast as possible, right? It's a race to get your checkers off as fast as possible. And if you can do it with fewer pips on the dice, then you're going to win the race, right? And so if you end up with your checkers on deeper points, like the ace point, the deuce point, then you're going to have to roll more pips to bear those checkers off, right? Because you're going to need to roll like a 6 or a 5 or something. A lot of times it's going to bear off from your ace or deuce point and waste, 4 or 5 pips.
And how far ahead do you have to be to redouble?
Usually it's around 10% of the race, let's say. So this looks like a 120 pip race, so you want to be up like 12 pips or something.
I don't think he's there yet.
No, he's not there yet. It's a close race. Is he thinking about it? I guess he's thinking about it.
He's counting it.
Yeah, yeah.
Vinny's asking you a question in the chat, Matt. How often are you playing cash games? Not
Once
often
in a
enough.
while. Once in a while. I think he's like down a pip. I do from time to time, but not so often these days.
Is that a 5-4?
5-4?
6-5.
5-6. Okay, even better.
That's a 5-4.
Yeah. You normally want to play, I think, 9 to 5 to keep your checkers spread out, but
Oh,
again, it
that's
doesn't
a great
really
roll.
matter. Double 6 is fantastic, and probably loses the market on any roll from Nevzat.
All right.
So it's gonna be 6-3.
Yeah, when you're bearing in, you want that right triangle structure.
Right. Ideally you want a bunch of checkers on your 6 point, and then the next best point is your 5 point. So you want a few fewer checkers there, and then the next best point is your 4 point. So you still want to have some checkers there to be able to bear off if you roll high numbers, but not too many.
5-4 is a good roll for Duran. 3-2. It's back.
Hit back. Nevzat's still trying to build his position and avoid getting hit. And he will if with I think like 36 rolls or something will either make a point or a double hit or something.
6-1 breaks his midpoint.
Yeah, he does have to break the midpoint, but I guess you got to hit and make your bar.
6-5. Not bad.
Not terrible. Comes out. 6-1, not ideal, but at least he makes a 4 prime.
Having no midpoint with 3 checkers back is usually very bad.
Yeah, I mean, Nevzat does have a 4 prime, and Doran hasn't made any structure either, so. 6 there, and he's going to start getting checkers into the outfield to try to remake an outfield point.
Double 3, wow.
Strong roll. Yeah, double hit, leave no shots. Well, double 5, I guess.
Double 5 hits from there.
But this is going to be strong. And now, what's going on? I don't know. But I would at least take a second.
I made a double there. There.
Yeah. I mean, you are leading in the match, but this is like too good now. Can't imagine Nevzat taking when he has 2 guys on the bar. You know, opponent only has 1 guy back, 3-point board against a 1-point board. You have a 4 prime, but the 4 prime doesn't really help against 1 checker, and he has a ton of time to get that checker out.
For the viewers, it's too good. That means it's so good you're so likely to win a gammon. You're better off playing on and trying to win the gammon rather than doubling and settling for a single point.
Right. You don't want to let your opponent out for just 1 point. Comes up to the edge, makes his bar point.
6-3 can't come
Fans
in.
Again.
Double 5.
It's got to be a good roll. He can make the ace point, yeah?
Yep.
Pretty strong.
(3-1) builders.
You want to hit him on the deuce point, but you don't have a good way to do it.
I would have looked at 7-6.
Yeah, 7-6 was totally reasonable. You know, you're not trying to prime him anymore because there's just no way to prime him. You're just trying to close him out, right?
Yep. 6 and a 2. I feel like 7-5 would be too much.
I don't know. He does have 3 in the air. Like,
yeah,
you get lots of builders and return shots. If he hits you with a 2, you want to have maximum return shots, and especially you want to be able to hit him with a 6.
5-4 comes in with 1. Double 1. Oh, great.
Picks and makes the board.
2-1.
That can just close it.
Close the board.
He's got plenty of time to escape the back checker. Yeah. And this looks like a very likely gammon.
How many backgammons would you estimate with 3?
I think 5-6% maybe with
Yeah.
3 closed out.
Be right back. Hello? Hi.
So maybe 6-3 here.
No, I don't.
Pretty safe. Diversify spares.
From where?
Like
I
putting a
don't
spare
have
on your
one.
3-point because
I have those round ones.
you often leave a shot there later.
What? Okay, so I'm sorry, I don't have them.
Bringing both in, actually not good for Nevzat, I think, because Gammon is going to be very tough to save with 7 checkers outside also, without a hit.
I'll be right back.
All right. If Doran does not get hit, it's pretty much a Jin Gammon. And Nevzat enters right away, so should be 8-3. Eight to 3 is going to be 5 away, 10 away. Doran leading by 5 points. Is it possible to save? He needs 2 more sets. After the double 5, he can do it with just 2 more. But not, that will not work. So, Doran wants to be pretty conservative with the cube here, especially giving the cube. When you're leading by a lot in the match, you don't want to give your opponent a way to redouble.
So now he's up 8-3. So Michi calls the 5-way score when you're leading the stupid score.
Stupid score.
Because it's hard to double as the leader.
Yeah. It is hard to double, but it's also good to just run away with the points. So
I learned a lot about match play from my friend John Giorgio, who's in the chat.
Mm-hmm. That sends a 4th checker back. Duran manages to, Duran sends a 4th checker back. Nevzat manages to hit. Yeah, okay. And Duran makes the anchor. All looks good. Kind of puts the spares on Nevzat's 6-point out of play. Double 4 can make a blocking point. I think that's better than making his 5-point because he doesn't have very efficient uses for those checkers.
Four
4-1.
Play safe.
I mean, gonna have to do something pretty soon. Not sure if he wants to split or not. There may have been some bad 6s if you kept the 23-point, but maybe they were bad anyway. So, yeah. This is a tough play, actually. You can do this. Wasn't sure. I guess if you make the 21, you don't have a last one. So maybe it's this, yeah. Because otherwise you just don't have a last deuce to play. Five-2 can run away to the front checker. Keeps as much coverage of Doran's board as you can. You want to play aggressively when you have the stronger board and not let him just dump checkers behind you.
Now you've got to hit.
So with this, he has to hit, right? He's forced. He can't play the ace first. Coming in on a 5, not really what Nevzat wanted. I mean, even if he didn't hit, he would have rather come in on a deeper point.
4-2.
Yeah, now Doran can kind of build his board behind him.
Oh.
But double six is pretty good for the race. Making the board.
Moves a lot of freight.
Yeah. Lots of freight moving. 5-3, not a good roll. 2 off the 6 point. I mean, you got to make a board somehow.
Say sometimes backgammon moves are like dating. You don't have to like it, but you have to make your best move and hope to get lucky.
And they all look better after you've had a few drinks.
6-3.
Not particularly good for Nevzat, but it's okay, I guess. Hoping that, yeah, Duran is able to make his board. He does still have 2 blots.
Make the ace
4-1.
point.
Yeah, good play. He's reactivating the checkers on the 8 point to cover his deuce point, so he's giving him the fastest way to build the board.
Double 2.
Okay. You don't really like giving up your midpoint because now Nevzat can clear his 18, but I don't know that you had any choice with that roll.
You could have looked at 6-2 maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, you didn't really have a good way to play it.
I think I come in here.
Yeah. You don't really want to give him numbers to hit and make his board at the same time. And you like keeping your board because you might hit a shot. Yeah, it's probably a good play. I mean, even if Duran hits a shot now, I'm not sure that he can use it to hit. So
Double 4.
Yep, goes to the ace point. Pretty much forced. This looks like a reasonable cube to me.
Especially the score.
Duran is leading in the race, but he may be forced out of the 21 point and then potentially closed out. But yeah, I would think he still has enough life left to take because he's leading in the race and he can roll a doublet that just like wins immediately, right? Double 6, double 5, double 3.
You've got to be careful with people sitting next to that right near the cord there. I don't know if you see that.
Me?
The spectators.
Somebody else. Okay.
No, the spectators are close to the cords, and I've seen things happen. You just all of a sudden lose the stream.
Right.
That's why I always keep them in a separate room or roped off. 6-5.
Duran trying to just get away and hopefully not get hit. He does get hit.
Hit the hard way.
Yeah, it's good for Nevzat. Escapes the checker and gains more ground in the race. You like to unstack your midpoint and coming on a point he doesn't want to make, so the best place for a builder is on your 9 point as well. So coming in with the 3 and playing the 4 down looks like the right play to me. You like putting checkers 1 apart, and the 9 point is 1 apart from the 8 point.
And 3 apart from the 6.
Yeah.
So you get rolls like 4-1, 5-2. Like that.
There's a 4-1. Double 6 gotta be good. That can hit. Make the 7 heavy. Looks natural.
Yeah.
Gonna be a cube if Duran fans.
5-1.
Ace 5 probably not. Though it is like a little bit close, but I think it's not quite there. And this can just make your ace point. Clean up with the blot on your 3 point.
Three, 1. Good roll.
Could he cube this? If you make the 4 point on his head and he fans, you've definitely lost your market and you are trailing in the score. But you are fighting a reasonable position from Duran, so
2-6. 2-6 back.
2-6 back.
Looking for a 4. Another 6-2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's very
Check
good
this
for Doran to anchor.
Yeah.
Like now he just can't get closed out, right? So
6-5. Wow.
man is terrible for Nezet. 3-2, he can hit the second blot, I guess. Putting 2 on the roof.
Right. 3-2. They're copying each other's roles. Wow.
This is a tremendous roll. Makes a 5 prime. I mean,
And you've got to make it fun.
monster roll, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't like this idea. I mean, making a 5 prime is just so strong, and 2 checkers not at the edge, 3 men back.
Yeah.
Like primes are really strong against more checkers, and 3 behind a prime is, even if he starts to blitz you, you're probably just gonna win that game anyway.
Yep. 2 down. Back on the bar, but he has 6s from the bar. Like
Yeah.
that.
It was actually probably more shots than if he had double hit.
Now you've got to hit loose.
Yeah.
Hit on the 2 there.
Yep.
3-3.
Pretty good roll for Nevzat.
Stepping up. Three, 2.
Yeah, can hit loose on his 4-point for lack of. I mean, you want to hit off the edge of your prime because you want to build a prime, and you don't have another good way to play it, basically. So
You could play 23-21.
could this be a cube? Maybe not.
No,
I don't know. You're trailing 4-8.
it's that was cocked. 5-2. Point on
Can
head.
hit the
on
outfield block.
Hit on the outside.
I think so. You want to make your 4-point. You're also potentially in danger of crashing if you make the deuce point.
Now you look at it.
No. I meant for Nevzat.
Well, now
but
that
Doran can't really double. I don't think up 8-4 with
that's
3
the
checkers
score.
back.
Oh yeah, this is the score.
Right.
5-4.
I mean, if it was 0-0, it's a totally different story.
Right.
8-4,
And if he fans.
Yeah, I
4-1.
mean, this is still a strong position here. You do have 3 checkers back, but you have plenty of potential.
Wow.
This is pretty good potential. You can make your 3-point. You could escape a second checker and hit, but I think making the 3 is really strong.
Yeah, there's the 5 prime.
Yeah.
4-1.
Yep.
Looking for a 2.
Yeah, 3 or 6 can also hit. This looks clearly too good to me. I don't see what Nevzat can roll to take next turn.
Insta pass.
Right, insta pass.
Now
He
he's at
could
the
have
nice,
won, a gammon or potentially a backgammon.
right. Now he's at the nice 4-way score.
Right.
And you were telling talking about that in the last stream, but for the viewers that are watching here, why is 4-way a good score?
You like being even away because backgammon games usually result in even numbers.
Yeah.
Either the cube is doubled at some point where it goes to an even number, or you win a gammon, which is also an even number. So odd away typically takes you an extra game to
get the job done.
Right. 3-2, is this a double hit? I guess so.
There is that checker on the 11.
Right.
Something.
I mean, you could have made the 11-point, but then you didn't have any 3 to play. So
Right. 2-1.
now I think
Continue?
I'm not sure. Making the
Maybe
11 has
11.
some value.
Yeah. Double 5. Can't be bad.
Can't be bad. Probably making the ace point. I mean, if you just kind of run around the board, you don't have a good spot for the checkers to go to.
And then out.
Or this. This looks reasonable to me as well. Like, he has the blot on his 4 points, so you're not, even if he hits you back with a 6, he's got like a million returns back.
5-1. He's going for it.
Yeah. Nevzak could make a back game if he gets hit, but the problem is he doesn't really have any low anchors slotted. But I guess even making the 5-4 would be pretty good.
Five one.
5-1. You kind of want to hit on your 5 point, but
Right.
I don't know. You can double hit. That doesn't look right. I don't know what to do with this roll. You can hit in the outside on the 11 point, but that really could get a back game.
You could 11-5.
Yeah, you could go 11-5. You're kind of leaving 5s, 3s, 1s, 6s, 2s, so it's, not it's not
Don't leave
really
a lot of
likely to
numbers.
work.
5-2.
Yeah.
That's going to want a 1 or a 3 to anchor. There you
There's
go.
a 1.
Oh, I would play 11-6.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you don't really mind getting hit on the 11 if you're Nevzat, but you also like putting a checker on your 6 point and not putting 4 on your 8 point.
Right.
So, like, if you don't get hit, I think 11-6 is better.
Oh, he touched the cube. It wasn't his turn.
Dangerous. Very, very dangerous.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
If it's
He
your
was
turn and
resetting
you
it.
touch the cube.
He was resetting it to 64, but
Yeah.
you still want to be careful with that. He could make his deuce point, but I think this play makes some sense, right?
Yeah.
Nevzat is not really gonna make the deuce point, so he has to just get out of there. This can make the outfield point, actually. You want to get that checker moving, and you're not so worried about getting attacked because he'd have to break his 9 point or roll a 3 exactly to hit you. I think you're more worried about getting primed and stuck on the 20.
Yeah. Now he's gonna have to bring those 2 around.
Right.
So to the 3.
Yeah. You can't move from the 20, so you gotta do this.
6-5. Bring out 2.
You can bring it out to control the outfield. I think that looks good. It could have also come out from the 20 point, actually.
More contact.
Yeah, more contact, better coverage of his inner board, harder for him to play behind you and make points behind you.
Hello to Mark Emmerich in the chat. Are you there?
Okay.
Oh, he's 6-2.
Seems a little weird to. I mean, he kind of liked having the midpoint. So if he had played them in a different order, maybe he could have played 16-14 with the last one instead of 13-11. Usually, you like to play your rolls in the right order. 3-1's a double hit.
Good roll.
Yeah.
3-1 for Durant. Now.
That was that cubes. I mean, I don't really see a way to lose the market, but we'll see what happens.
Is he hitting cover?
Yeah, possible. Roll like double 3. But you are, significantly behind in the race, and Doran, you don't have a prime yet. You have kind of a broken prime, right? So Doran's going to be running.
It's like a 6-2. Do you want to make that anchor?
Not sure, but you don't have a good deuce to play if you don't. You don't really want to get primed on behind his 9 point. He's not looking to blitz you. So it's kind of weird to make the anchor. You can hit and split.
Split. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. You
That'll
want to
help
get
you
off
get up.
the anchor so that you can play your sixes out.
Ooh, 6-1.
You don't want your sixes to go deep in your board.
4-2. So the fours were duplicated.
I think 6-4 for no shots. Oh, you could come out and lift, but I don't know.
4-3.
Yeah.
So now he really wants a 4.
Yeah, he needs a 4 badly. There's double fours? Oh,
That's
4-6.
6-4. 6,
Okay.
good enough.
Yeah,
Acceptable.
good enough.
No.
Ace is very good.
What is it? 4 away, 9 away. So it's hard to redouble.
And that manages to come in, which really helps to stave off, losing and or getting gammoned. You don't want to get gammoned for 4 points and lose the match, which is why 4 away is a good score, 3-5 is a great shot.
Great roll. Hits and continues. Now double 5 or 5-2. 3 numbers. Nope.
This could potentially be a gammon for the match.
You make the 2 point?
Deuce point? I'm not sure. I mean, cleaning up makes a lot of sense. As long as if he enters with a 5, you're happier this way. And if he fans, I don't know that it makes much difference.
2 to the 3 point, I think.
But you do give him more fanning rolls and you could win more gammons. $6-4, not a very good roll, but at least it'll clear the bar. And Nevzat is in danger of a gammon.
It is.
It needs to enter on the deuce point. Okay, that's good for him.
Slots the bar point. Looking to clear. 3-2, great roll.
Yeah. If Nevzat doesn't hit a shot, it's looking like a likely gammon. I mean, 4 men back plus 5 crossovers outside, so.
It's too good for Doronin. Too bad for Nevzat.
2-1 makes the deuce.
Wow.
It needs like a big set here. Not going to get it. Or to hit on those 3 point.
Wow, double 6. He wants to go to bed.
He needs a shot.
5-2.
It's not going to happen.
Handshake.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Congrats to Doron.
Wow.
Yeah, quick match.
Yeah. Good. What time is it here? It's about it's my bedtime.
Mine too.
Oh, you're on the East Coast time.
So, what's going on with the super jackpot now? How far is Doron advanced?
Let me take a look here. This is the super jackpot. So now he's in round 4.
What's round 4? Is that the semifinals?
It's the semifinals, correct.
Semifinals,
so
okay.
He's going to play the winner of a match who hasn't started between Gary Bauer and the winner of Chris Trencher and Massimo Tassan-Solet.
Mm-hmm.
Let me refresh this and see if there's been an update.
So he's in the semifinals of the Masters, the finals of the doubles with Sarah Upman, and the quarterfinals of the main.
Quarterfinals of the main playing Blake Sorem.
Not bad.
The other half of that is Julian Schulman versus Dirk Schiemann.
Right.
And then Vlad Edelman won, so he's in the semifinals, and Josh Finley beat Steve Sachs. So he's also in the semifinals. So Josh Finley will be playing Vlad Edelman in one semifinals, and it'll be 2 of those 4 on the other side.
Right.
So that was the super jackpot. Let's see the Liberty Cup Masters. So that's still ongoing. What's in here? They've still got some ways to go there. And here, I don't know, the Players Cup BMAB is going to be on Sunday. which is uncommon.
Right. It is uncommon. I kind of like it, to be
You
honest.
do?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really play BMAB anyway, so it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter to me, but that would be, makes more sense to me to have it after the tournament than before, but I don't know how other people feel who actually play these events.
So a lot of the people so for those that are not familiar with BMAB, it's the Players' Cup or Backgammon Masters awarding body. These are really nice tournaments because you basically play 5 matches, even if you lose, and then they transcribe your matches, and you can get a Masters rating. So people like that. The other thing people like is that like it's over in a single day. Some people can't stay for multiple days. So let's see. That was the last match. Okay. So that was the last match. I guess we're going to end it up, wrap it up, and they're going to shut down the stream. Thank you again to the viewers. Thank you to Matt. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Alex. Always a pleasure for me as well.
All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. For
Have a
all
good
your
night.
backgammon action, tune in, like, subscribe, and super like.
Super thanks. That's right.
Super
You can give a
thanks.
donation. All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night.